Meanwhile, Lan Ren was also extremely surprised. He fearfully said to himself, "This Bok Mak has caused a great disaster." Hien Ba walked out to face him. He spoke and asked, "Bok Mak, right? Do you know what consequences this will have?" Standing before such a strong opponent, he only calmly replied with no fear, babbling so much, "If not convinced, then fight." Hien Ba had never met anyone so arrogant. He was provoked to anger. "Good, very good. Then I will fulfill you." Lan Ren now hated him so much that he goaded the opponent. "Senior brother, Bok Mak is so arrogant. We cannot continue to watch." Looking at the enemy before him, Lan Ren thus lowered himself to sell out to the enemy. "I agree to help senior brother catch him." Of course Hien Ba's pride did not allow him to accept help. Hien Ba disdainfully said, "Get out of the way. I want to break this guy's bones with my own hands." Right after that, he circulated inner force and struck hard toward Bok Mak while loudly shouting to intimidate, "See this." Of course Bok Mak was not afraid of him. Bok Mak now also tightened his fist and charged forward. "Then you also take one of my strikes." The group of juniors from the chaotic sacred land excitedly cheered. "Is this brat crazy? Not fleeing but actively attacking. Tran's senior brother. He surely has never seen the might of one of the 10 great prodigies of our chaotic sacred land." One of them cruelly added, "Hope this one strike does not kill him. This kind of person is for flaying skin and pulling tendons." Over here Hien Ba rushed up, his mouth still babbling without stop. "Not measuring your strength, then I will cripple your arm first." Immediately, the two fists struck each other strongly, creating a great shock, making stones and dust fly everywhere. Having only just been in close combat with Bok Mak for a short time, Hien Ba was so astonished that he shouted, "This!" Now he felt his joints as if broken. Hien Ba was in such pain he could not speak. Hugging his arm, his face contorted, but he still gritted his teeth to endure so as not to cry out. Hien Ba's juniors looked at this scene. All could not help but gape in astonishment. This senior brother has fallen into a weak position. Twirling his wrist, he coldly asked him with a face full of contempt, still putting on airs. Hien Ba now finally began to regard him as a rival. "Your strength is so powerful. I have underestimated you." After speaking, he immediately circulated inner force. A great explosion then roared out, the sound echoing and trembling. The disciples were excited without stop. "This is the chaotic king body. Tran's senior brother uses the strongest king body under heaven. He will certainly defeat this brat." Vuong Dang now quickly warned him, "Careful, the chaotic king body is ranked number 1 among all king bodies." Hien Ba was endlessly proud. He shouted excitedly, "If you can die under my king body, you will have no regrets." Yet Bok Mak still looked extremely calm. He even showed contempt looking at the opponent and said, "Really talkative." Over here, Hien Ba, blazing with momentum, rushed forward while shouting loudly, "Kill you!" And Bok Mak, he also began to circulate inner force to summon the true Dragon King body, preparing to attack. Immediately, the two charged at each other with overwhelming momentum. Once again, the explosion continued to roar. Indeed, Hien Ba was a formidable opponent. He had also sent Bok Mak flying a distance. Hien Ba seized the momentum and pressed the attack. The true Dragon King form was indeed very strong, but not equal to my Chaos King form. Unable to restrain himself now, he also began to cultivate internal power. Divine Emperor body. A pair of flaming wings appeared from his back. Seeing this scene, Hien Ba was so astonished that his mouth gaped in shock. He could not help but shout loudly, "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, he fell from a height, followed by immense and rapid velocity. Hien Ba's face now looked utterly unbelieving. He gaped in astonishment, staring intently at the opponent before him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hien Ba then immediately opened his mouth in amazement. "You actually possess both kinds of superlative physiques, the true Dragon King form and the Divine Emperor body too." Now looking at the ordinary guy in front of him, he could not help but sneer with contempt. "Some so-called top 10 prodigy like you is nothing but trash in my eyes," saying that he stuck out his thumb to mock without any restraint. Hien-Ba was furious. How dare you belittle me? I Hien-Ba am not someone you can despise. I want you dead. After these words a terrifying battle erupted. The two fought fiercely, and soon Hien-Ba was struck down to the ground by him. Originally he could not possibly defeat someone who could use enlightenment like Bok Mak. Looking down at his opponent, Hien-Ba now looked extremely embarrassed. Bok Mak contemptuously mocked him. You pathetic thing. Seeing him defeated, the disciples of the same sect gasped in surprise and exclaimed, What? Senior brother Hien-Ba has been defeated. They ground their teeth in unwillingness. I don't believe it. How could the sacred profound sect produce a genius even more powerful than senior brother Tran? Lam Ren on this side was even more disappointed, knowing that he had only hoped you would die. The Chaos King form was defeated by Bok Mak. Looking at Hien-Ba, he continued to taunt the opponent. If you only have this little skill, then you might as well be dead. But he still refused to admit defeat. Hien-Ba began to struggle to his feet, angrily cursing, Damn it. Hien-Ba's eyes were extremely cold as he spoke to Bok Mak with contempt. Brat, don't be complacent. Immediately after he raised his hand and summoned something like spider silk. This is what you brought upon yourself. Bok Mak was a little surprised to see this. He hesitated and wondered to himself, what is this? But before he could realize it, the people over there joyfully could not hide their emotions and cheered. This is the heavenly net. They were ecstatic, a supreme sacred weapon of the Chaos Holy Domain. Unexpectedly senior brother Tran actually has it. With this sacred weapon, this brat is finished. Lam Ren was so eager that his expression revealed everything. He said coldly, Bok Mak, die for me. He was so complacent that he forgot he was bound by the enemy. A newly initiated disciple like you could not compare to me, Lam Ren. You must die. Drawing his sword, Hien-Ba shouted loudly, Everyone, kill this person with me. Hearing his order, the soldiers immediately shouted together, Kill, charge. Bok Mak stood silently in place. He raised his hand to cultivate internal power and struck toward the net that bound him. Then he was a bit surprised and could not help but exclaim, No wonder it is a sacred weapon. It cannot be separated. Hien-Ba thrust his sharp sword through. Don't struggle any more, bound by the heavenly net. Even if you grow wings you cannot escape, except death. Now Bok Mak also drew his sword. He contemptuously asked him back, Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, Bok Mak immediately then circulated inner strength, and afterwards he swung the sword in his hand while shouting loudly, Break for me. Just seeing this, the Hien-Ba group were so astonished that they opened their mouths in shock. Both could not help but shout in unison, What? Just escaping from the enemy's control. Bok Mak immediately let alone and charged forward while shouting loudly, Kill. With just this single strike of his, those self-satisfied people were flung apart and scattered in midair. They could not even strike back. A few unlucky ones were then thrown down into that lake, where a crocodile fish was waiting below to swallow any prey that fell. Although it had already eaten many people, the crocodile still looked extremely hungry. It quickly opened its mouth wide and bit tightly onto the opponents. They screamed in fear, Save me! Thinking that Bok Mak's group would truly die at Hien-Ba's hands. Now seeing the situation overturned like this, Lam Enhan could not help but be shocked. Why is it like this? Meanwhile, Hien-Ba was endlessly astonished. He repeatedly uttered the words with surprise, Holy artifact. The blade in your hand is also a holy artifact. Looking at his opponent, Bok Mak coldly said, He contemptuously looked at him, then said, The things you have I also have. The things you do not know I also know. So what do you use to fight me? Stroking the sword in his hand, he asked further, Where do you feel superior, compared to me? What kind of prodigy are you considered? Hearing these words, he ground his teeth in anger, unwillingly cursing, Hateful. Bok Mak indifferently looked at him, then calmly asked the opponent in a flat tone, Angry already? Then Bok Mak stepped forward toward them and continued, This is the outcome when you besiege and kill my Than Hien sect. At this moment when the situation had completely changed, one of them could not help but tremble in fear and plead, Spare my life. Raising the blade in his hand, Right after that he coldly said to him, "No life left to spare." Having finished speaking, Bok Mak coldly slashed strongly at his body with a fatal blow. Fresh blood then continuously flowed out. Hien Ba, lying on the ground, was terrified and continuously retreated backward. "All dead already. You have killed all the disciples of the chaotic sacred land." Looking at the arrogant man in front, Bok Mak disgustedly cast a contemptuous glance at him. "Next, it's your turn." Hien Ba still had not realized the situation. Though fearful, he still laughed smugly. "I admit you are very powerful, but who dares kill me?" Hearing him finish this sentence, Bok Mak grew even more disgusted, his eyes betraying obvious annoyance. Self-righteous. Hien Ba, not willing to lose, shouted loudly to threaten, "I am a core disciple of the chaotic sacred land. If you kill me, it will ignite conflict between the two great sacred lands. You cannot shoulder it." Bok Mak calmly replied, "I've heard these words from the Than Long sacred land and the Van Tine sacred land until sick of them. They were still killed by me. Therefore, go die." Having finished speaking, he looked at him one last time, then the blade in his hand was once again raised. He only had time to cry out one terrified word, "No," then could no longer say anything more. After finishing off the chaotic people, Bok Mak now glanced at the group of traitorous Lam and Han. They were all terrified. Hien Ba, so formidable, had been slain entirely by Bok Mak alone. Lam and Han now softly flattered. "Bok junior brother, no, Bok senior brother, mighty in martial prowess." Seeing Lam and Han speak first, the others echoed, "Bok senior brother, truly formidable. Alone wiped out the chaotic sacred land. Bok senior brother, we were blind not to see Mount Tai." Min Kai stammered as if afraid a wrong word would get him killed. He broke into a cold sweat. "Bok senior brother is the eye of our group with a problem." Although bound, Lam and Han still tried to crawl to him. "Senior brother, this return will surely make the whole Than Hien sect famous." Unable to endure this brazenness, Bok Mak immediately reached out and slapped him hard across the face. You sheathed the blade in your hand and then asked him coldly, "Do you think my memory is bad? Have you forgotten everything from before?" Lam Ren feigned helplessness. "Senior brother Bok, I really had no choice before. I beg senior brother Bok for mercy and magnanimity." Too shameless, you could not restrain yourself and gave Lam Ren another slap. You then said coldly to him, "I Bok Mak always repay hatred with hatred, repay grudge with grudge." Looking at Lam Ren, you added one more line, "That act of mercy and magnanimity does not work on me." He did not give up any chance to live and immediately said again, "No, senior brother Bok, we are comrades. The rules of the sacred profound sect forbid comrades from slaughtering each other." You struck him again and continued, "Do you still dare to speak of sect rules to me now?" Another strike. Bok Mak struck while sneering and asked, "Do you still dare to tell me that comrades must not slaughter one another?" Feeling still not satisfied, Bok Mak kicked him in the stomach, then asked, "So what did you do just now?" Losing momentum and with a sharp pain, he could not help but buckle and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lam Ren still pitifully begged Bok Mak miserably, "Spare my life. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again." But despite his pleas, you leaned in casually and whispered, "Remember, in your next life be a good person." As soon as you finished speaking, Bok Mak immediately kicked him hard into the lake. Once more Lam Ren's screams rang out in the silence, and the Akjao quickly leapt up and bit the prey. After dealing with him, you quickly turned and asked the others, "What did you see?" Everyone was aware of the situation. Min Kai quickly answered first, "We didn't see anything." Thiu Vien also quickly interjected, "No, we saw Lam Ren trying to harm senior brother Bok, but he slipped into the lake and was swallowed by the Akjao. He brought it on himself." Bok Mak seemed satisfied with that answer and immediately replied, "Good, that's enough." Looking toward Vuongdang approaching, Bok Mak loudly announced, "That is the Kilin Divine Nest." I immediately after. Vuongdang quickly walked forward to the large stele and stopped. According to his knowledge, he guessed that this stele might have been left by the Kilin Supreme. Vuong Dang reasoned that only by comprehending the script on the stele could one obtain the Kilin Divine Nest. He then stepped closer to the stele and said, "Let me comprehend it a bit." Time passed, and after a while Vuong Dang was sweating all over. "Although I can comprehend the script there, it is too slow. It takes so long to comprehend a single character." He guessed in surprise that to comprehend the entire inscription on this stele would take a very long time. Then Bok Mak walked up to Vuong Dang. "Junior brother, it seems this Kilin Divine Nest is mine." He slowly stood up and said, "Although your comprehension is good, to comprehend this stele would likely take 10 years. Vuong Dang further explained, "This is why after so long the Kilin Divine Nest has not been taken. You cannot either?" Bok Mak replied, "That is not certain." He thought to himself, "Now my number of enlightenment chances has accumulated to 8, perhaps enough to comprehend this stele." Immediately Bok Mak ordered the system, use 1 enlightenment chance. He had barely finished speaking when the stele immediately lit up, and Bok Mak was astonished. Seeing the lines of script on the stele appear clearly, he was overjoyed. It worked. Seeing his expression, Vuong Dang could not help but be curious. Is Bok Mak's capacity for enlightenment that strong? Now Bok Mak once again spoke, "System, use 1 more chance of enlightenment." Thus, he stood looking at that stone stele for a long while, and Bok Mak's expressions were closely watched by Vuong Dang. Bok Mak quietly told himself, "Based on the information of enlightenment, the contents on this stele are the method to open a king body." Just after finishing that thought he again used the system, use 1 more chance of enlightenment. He began to calculate. This is the 5th time using enlightenment already. After a long while, a wondrous light immediately shone into his body, making Vuong Dang unable to help but raise his hand to shield his eyes. Immediately, he could not help but joyfully shout for excitement. Succeeded. Vuong Dang looked on, unable to stop exclaiming in amazement. Bok Mak has completely comprehended the scripture on the stone stele. In his eyes, behind Bok Mak, a Kilin appeared carrying a red radiance extremely domineering. Pointing at him, Vuong Dang broke into a sweat and could not help but exclaim, "This is the Kilin King body." Bok Mak laughed excitedly to the point his mouth would not close. Not only enlightenment but also successfully opened the Kilin King body. Over here the crowd could not stop marveling. Unexpectedly, Bok Mak's senior brother's aptitude is so strong. Before everyone ridiculed him as trash, it turns out we are the clowns. Thieu Vien's face was dark. Bok Mak's aptitude is surely ranked top 3 in the Sacred Profound sect already. After learning the things the stele transmitted, now he leisurely stepped onto that bridge. Should go take the Kilin Divine Bridge then. And on this side, that power of course did not react when Bok Mak approached it. Thus, he successfully reached out and touched that bone. Bok Mak could not help but be pleased. Taken. Gazing at the object in his hand for a moment, he exclaimed, "So this is the Kilin Divine Bridge. Having it surely can forge the strongest Divine Bridge realm." Switching scene outside the secret realm, the elders could not help pacing back and forth with anxiety in their hearts. Elder Son uneasy, the Kilin secret realm is about to close. Why is there still no one coming out? Man Nhi disdainfully replied, "Bok Mak met senior brother Tran Hien Ba, will surely die, do not hope for luck." Truong Da angrily replied to her, "Damn, Bok Mak full of talent, surely can live to the end." Han Lam immediately also quickly added, "Indeed, Bok Mak is the prodigy who did not appear of our Sacred Profound sect. Tran Hien Ba whatever is trash." At the same time a voice rang out, "You ignorant ones know nothing about the prodigies of the chaotic sacred land." Elder Trin then calmly continued, "Bok Mak cannot be so lucky. Meeting Tran Hien Ba is the end point of his life." Hearing this now, Van Khoi could not help but worry, will Bok Mak survive and come out? The crowd here continuously buzzed. The prodigy of the Sacred Profound sect is truly a joke. A declining sect. How can it contend with the prodigies of our 3 great sacred lands? Man Nhi said harshly, "I hope senior brother Tran Hien Ba can pull Bok Mak's corpse out. I want to beat his corpse." The moment she finished speaking, Elder TH letter 1E7Y immediately also spoke up to scold her. Little miss, with such a foul mouth be careful of getting hemorrhoids. Man NHI shouted back loudly, what nonsense are you talking? Old mouth is useless too. Now surely Bok Mak is already dead. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bok Mak immediately also came out from the secret realm. Her words had truly enraged him to the point his face darkened. You think too much. This familiar voice rang out and made everyone simultaneously turn their heads to look in the same place. Now Bok Mak, Vuong Dang, and everyone else all came out safely. Truong Da and Han Lam upon seeing him immediately joyfully cheered. It's Bok Mak. Bok Mak came out. Elder Thatch upon seeing his disciple spread his arms wide, so overjoyed he was about to cry, Bok Mak, Vuong Dang, my two disciples, at last you have come out. Man NHI saw them so happy and ground her teeth in anger. What, Bok Mak, how can you come out? Sensing something was wrong, Elder Trin immediately stepped forward and asked loudly, Bok Mak, where is Tran Hien Ba? To this question of his, he simply coldly turned and replied two short words, dead. Hearing this like a thunderbolt, Elder Trin now felt his vision fill with sparks. What? Man NHI flew into a rage. She shouted loudly, how could senior brother Tran Hien Ba be dead? I don't believe it. Facing this sharp woman, Bok Mak calmly added, believe it or not he's dead. Pausing a moment, he went on to say a few more words that maddened her further. Moreover, he was killed by me, died a miserable death. Hearing this, she truly was so furious she did not know what to say. I will kill you. Now, having calmed down, Elder Trin also realized the situation. He growled, Man NHI, stand down. Then he looked at him seriously and asked, Bok Mak, I ask you one question. Did you really kill Tran Hien Ba? To answer that curiosity, Bok Mak once more smiled brightly, then immediately replied, yes. No sooner had Elder Trin heard this than his eyes lit up with coldness, his voice carrying tenfold chill. Good, very good. He circulated his inner force, causing a gale to scatter. He shouted loudly, I will make you pay for this life. Elder Lu also ground his voice. You killed a disciple of the Vantine sacred land. I will not spare you. Elder Cow's face flushed, and he changed color. Our Than Long sacred land will definitely kill you. Now seeing those three old men wanting to harm his disciple, Elder Thatch would not yield either. Think not that this elder does not exist. Elder Sun and Elder Thai likewise roared with fury. If you can't handle it, don't play. Dare to bully the weak because you're strong. Our sacred profound sect will surely fight to the death. Elder Trin spoke no reason. In any case, this beast must be killed. If not, when he grows up he will surely become a great disaster. And so everyone at once surged forward toward one another. Charge! Stop them! Elder Trin immediately unleashed his inner force. A circle of light from his hand shot straight at them. Go! The spirit bird now spread its wings ready to fight. But Elder Sun at one glance at that thing was startled. Not good. The H letter 187N D-stroke letter 189N bell. Elder Thai was urgent. Though it's a counterfeit of the H letter 187N D-stroke letter 189N bell, its power is extraordinary, very hard to escape. Elder Trin growled loudly, Bok Mak, blame your own arrogance. The three old men ran forward. A prodigy of one sacred land dare brazenly kill disciples of the three great sacred lands. You've dug your own grave. He silently broke into a cold sweat, his body unable to move. Damn, the strength of these three old men is too great. Right now I still cannot stand against them. At the same time Elder Thatch swiftly glided forward to block in front of him and coldly said, Kill my disciple in front of me. Do you dare? Having finished speaking, he then launched a palm strike forward, this source of power like a solid wall shielding in front of Bok Mak. Seeing that he did not have the slightest fear, Elder Liu instead was somewhat unbelieving. Elder Shi, 1 against 3. You really are crazy. And on this side, Elder Gao also felt proud. He shouted loudly to the other two, Take this opportunity. Kill Elder Shi. As soon as the words ended, The three old men all at once rushed forward to attack Elder Shi while shouting loudly, "Kill you!" The spirit bird just looked at this scene, even it could not help but worryingly remind, "Old master, be careful." On this side, Elder Shan and Elder Shui were also startled so much that even their breath slowed a beat. It's bad. 1 against 3, Elder Shi is in danger. Baimo still could not move. The sweat on his forehead poured down profusely. Looking at Elder Shi, Baimo stammered, "Master." But despite everyone's worry, Elder Shi was still calm as if nothing. He continued to circulate his inner force and then disdainfully asked back, "Only relying on you all." Finishing speaking, a huge surge of power immediately struck straight toward the three elders over there. Now Elder Shui could feel a bit relieved, but Elder Shan still could not help but be surprised. This aura. On this side, all the attacks of the opponents were blocked by Elder Shi alone, the aura like a thick and solid wall. The three people Elder Trin all simultaneously opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Someone could not help but exclaim, "What?" Before they had finished marveling, all three elders were at once counterattacked and thrown out. The strong wind rose. All three flew far away at the same time, and for the moment could not react. Elder Liu's whole body trembled. He suddenly frowned, looking at Elder Shi. "Why are you so strong?" Elder Trin looked at the domineering person in front of him in horror. "All these years, weren't you cultivating the immortal body, already crippled?" Elder Shi was full of disdain. He gritted his teeth and cursed straight. "3 old dogs, only relying on you all, and still dare to be arrogant in front of me." He now no longer showed restraint and directly revealed the matter of those years. "When I was young, I beat you to the point you didn't dare make a sound." Finishing speaking, he angrily circulated inner force, rushing forward, and also at the same time shouted loudly, "Today I will kill you all." Elder Liu was startled and also circulated inner force, then also shouted loudly, "Stop for me." Of course, these words of Elder Liu had no effect. Elder Shi just like that rushed forward, stretching out his hand. "Break." He had just struck out. That barrier of Elder Liu immediately shattered, bringing along a resounding sound. Seeing himself defeated, Elder Liu immediately shouted in despair, "No." But that hand had already struck straight into his chest. After this attack, Elder Liu was killed. He lay motionless on the ground with his eyes not yet closed. Seeing the situation change, Elder Trin and Elder Liu were startled together and fled. Elder Gao could not help but shout, "Run." It seemed Elder Shi wanted to chase and kill to the end. He quickly pursued while loudly saying, "Want to run." Although knowing this way was ineffective, to escape Elder Trin had to use this move, Chaos Bell. Hearing its master's command, that bell immediately rushed to chase Elder Shi in order to block his way. Just as it caught up, the Chaos Bell quickly could block Elder Shi. But it seemed that for Elder Shi this thing was nothing. He just like a rocket rushed through. On this side, seeing Elder Shi in the end still could not break the Chaos Bell, Elder Gao breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily there is the Chaos Bell. Elder Shi, unexpectedly you are so frightening." He pointed toward him, then shouted loudly, "It seems that all these years everyone has underestimated you. Elder Shi, unexpectedly all these years you have been hiding." Clenching the fist in his hand, Elder Shi looked at the opponent, angrily said, "Still not getting lost." Seeing this scene, Elder San and Elder Th1E7Y rejoiced and cried out. Elder Th1E1CH mighty in martial prowess, as if seeing Elder Th1E1CH in his youth, standing alone against the prodigies of his time. B1E1CH M1EB7C now was also astonished. Unexpectedly Master is so powerful, driving the elders of the 3 great sacred lands to flee. Amidst the excited atmosphere, only the spirit bird seemed to notice something unusual about its master. It worriedly said, "Old master, you." But contrary to that worry, Elder Th1E1CH gently replied, "I am fine, return first." A little later, everyone was already sitting on the back of the spirit bird and departed from this secret realm. Flying past countless clouds, finally it carried everyone to Elder Th1E1CH's villa. The two had just dismounted the bird when Elder Th1E1CH immediately asked, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C, Vuong D stroke letter 1 EB1 NG. Did you gain much from the kill in secret realm? Do not go out recently. But no sooner had he asked this than blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing Elder TH letter 1 EA1 CH collapse helplessly from the bird, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C, and Vuong D stroke letter 1 EB1 NG cried out in alarm, Master, Master. Hastily supporting Elder TH letter 1 EA1 CH up, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C anxiously looked to the spirit bird and asked, Bird uncle, what is wrong with Master? Awaiting this question, the spirit bird could not help but sigh. Oh, in recent years old Master has exhausted too much spirit and potential, and just now he fought with the elders of the three great sacred lands. According to its words, now Elder TH letter 1 EA1 CH has consumed so much that the oil is spent and the lamp nearly out. His lifespan is nearly gone. Realizing the seriousness, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C blamed himself. Master exhausted himself to save me. Otherwise it would not be so. The spirit bird was also saddened. Earlier I worried about old Master. Unexpectedly his condition is worse than I thought. Immediately after, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C began to seek solutions. He asked the spirit bird, how can we save Master? The spirit bird's eyes suddenly lit up. It said, breaking through the immortal body perhaps, or finding the legendary peerless immortal herb Nyan Cow. Pausing, its gaze turned sorrowful. But this is basically impossible. If one could break through the immortal body or find the Nyan Cow. The spirit bird looked at him and continued, Old Master would not wait until then. I will enter to treat Old Master's wounds first. Helping Elder TH letter 1 EA1 CH onto the spirit bird's back, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C earnestly admonished, You two do not go out recently. Stay here and cultivate. Then the spirit bird did not linger. It quickly bore its old master up to the tall tower above. Not long after they left, a loud noise from outside the main gate made the two brothers look over. Quickly entering, three people strode in without saying another word. Seeing the two, the one in yellow clothing immediately shouted and asked, Who is B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C? Seeing the approaching person full of killing intent, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C instantly became alert, stepped forward, then replied, It is I. What do you want? At the same time, one among them loudly tried to intimidate. Are your eyes blind? Not even recognizing the Lam Fong sect's true disciple senior brother. His hand had not even retracted when B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C flashed before him with impossible speed. Immediately after, he slapped that man hard. The painful blow sent him flying, unable even to stand. After dealing with the ringleader, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C shouted, If you still dare speak those filthy words, I will smash your mouth. Lam Fong angrily roared, You dare hit my man. I have never seen a new disciple so reckless as you. Without even bothering to look the man in the face, B letter 1 EA1 CH M letter 1 EB7 C turned his head and coldly asked, What the hell are you? Lam Fong did not expect that he was not put in your eyes at all. You... Hey, the one who was just beaten up staggered to sit up. He spoke with difficulty. Senior brother Lam, this one is too arrogant already. Pausing for a moment, he then continued, Even a divine bridge realm peak like you he does not put in his eyes. This cannot be tolerated. Bai Mo looked at them babbling for a while and got annoyed. If there's something, say it quickly. I have no time to chat with you. Lam Fong burned with anger and at the same time shouted loudly, Who's chatting with you? Bai Mo, I ask you. Clenching his fists tightly, Lam Fong patiently asked, My younger brother Lam Ren, was he killed by you? Bai Mo then spoke up. Turns out you're Lam Ren's older brother. That one's character was rotten. You and he can be considered birds of a feather. Hearing this, Lam Fong felt fully certain. So you admit you killed Lam Ren? Yet in the face of this reproach, he proudly patted his chest. I, Bai Mo, stand tall under heaven, dare to do, dare to bear. Immediately after that, Bai Mo raised his 5 fingers toward the sky and loudly declared, That bastard Lam Ren was not killed by me. Hearing this, Vuong Dang, standing beside, almost vomited blood. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his face, thinking, damn it, Bai Mo's words almost made my back hurt. Hearing this, Lam Fong was as if struck by lightning. He questioned again, if not you then who? Bai Mo turned his back and answered, how should I know? There are so many prodigies in the 3 great holy lands. Lam Ren being killed is nothing strange. Right after that, Lam Fong's group did not linger long. I will investigate this clearly. If you dare deceive me, then you're dead for sure. Vuong Dang, after waiting for them to leave, immediately wondered, Bai Mo, so cowardly, this isn't your personality. Bai Mo frankly admitted, the rules of the Holy Xuan sect. Among fellow disciples we cannot kill each other. I'm not stupid. Why should I admit it? Hearing these words, Vuong Dang for a moment didn't know what to say to this reluctant senior brother of his. Scene change. After stabilizing everything, now Bai Mo sat still in the room to cultivate the Qilin body. He glanced at the spirit bird, then said, still troubling Uncle Bird to guard for me. Today I will break through the Divine Bridge realm. It quickly replied, Old Master isn't here. I cannot shirk responsibility. Bai Mo, focus and break through. Bai Mo politely and respectfully looked at the spirit bird and then thanked repeatedly. Thank you, Uncle Bird. Immediately after that, he circulated his inner power. A strong wind also blew out from there. Bai Mo looked at the bone specimen in front of him. Immediately he shouted loudly, Qilin Divine Bridge, absorb. The spirit bird standing at one side was surprised. Until now Bai Mo had reached the peak of the tempered body great perfection, this time merging the Qilin Divine Bridge. It silently speculated after looking at this young man, most likely he will produce the strongest Divine Bridge realm in history. On this side Vuong Dang was also cultivating alone, today breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm, as long as I advance fast enough. So it turned out he was still harboring the intention to surpass him. Even if Bai Mo had high comprehension, still not as good as me. Just as he finished speaking, Vuong Dang immediately gathered his internal energy, then simultaneously shouted loudly, break for me. On this side, Bok Mak was also in such pain that sweat broke out. He gritted out each word hoarsely. His whole body seemed to be torn apart. Bok Mak was a little surprised, did not expect fusing the Qilin Divine Bridge to be so painful. He panted, then calculated again. However, during the process of fusing the Qilin Divine Bridge, there was Dao fortune circulating, making me realize. Time just passed like that. Half an hour later, in Vuong Dang's room there was good progress. He exclaimed excitedly, breakthrough, Divine Bridge realm. Just after breaking through he happily stood up, went to find Bok Mak, to let him see the strength of my Divine Bridge realm. On this side, he was still closing his eyes, seriously cultivating. Bok Mak still not finished like Vuong Dang. Under the worried gaze of the spirit bird, Bok Mak calculated, about to break through, such strong might, even much stronger than when a normal Divine Bridge realm breaks through. Just as he finished speaking, he again gathered his internal energy once more, then glared loudly saying, break for me. Outside the door, very quickly Vuong Dang had arrived in front of his room door. He guessed, perhaps Bok Mak was inside. Thinking of this, Vuong Dang quickly raised his hand intending to open the room door, then go in to show off. But before his hand could touch the door, a strong internal force immediately blew him away. Lying sprawled on the ground, Vuong Dang was startled so much that his whole body was shocked. What's going on? The spirit bird looked at him. It also couldn't help but wonder, is this breaking through the Divine Bridge realm? Now the spirit bird was somewhat uneasy. Such big commotion. Those who don't know would think at least the Divine Sea Realm cultivator is breaking through. Looking toward him, Vuong Dang was also endlessly surprised. Bok Mak also breaking through Divine Bridge realm. From Bok Mak's body at this moment, a Qilin with golden light appeared, dazzling, continuously emitting a strange energy. But through this, the spirit bird couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is Qilin anomaly. Standing before it, a giant Qilin carrying suppressive power stood tall, protecting Bok Mak. The spirit bird's eyes when looking at the Qilin lit up brightly. It was so happy that it stammered. 7-colored auspicious sign. The spirit bird explained, this sign foretells when a cultivator is breaking through to the level of heaven-man unity. Extremely rare. Bok Mak has done it. Bok Mak closed his eyes, beginning to feel the auras running inside his body. Kilin Divine Bridge indeed miraculous, also transforming my Kilin King body. Immediately after that, he gathered internal energy, then simultaneously shouted once again, break for me. That sentence just ended. The 7-colored Kilin immediately leaped up. A bewitching internal force just like that continuously flowed abundantly. Vuong Dang, standing beside, was endlessly surprised. What is this? This Bok Mak's breakthrough? Why so many things appear? The spirit bird was again shocked. Kilin roars to heaven. Bok Mak. This perhaps is the legendary Kilin Divine Body. Now his face could not hide satisfaction. That's right, Uncle Bird. Before in the Kilin secret realm, I had opened the Kilin King body. Bok Mak paused a little, then continued speaking, this time taking advantage of the opportunity of breaking through the Kilin Divine Bridge. Smoothly upgraded the Kilin King body to the Kilin Divine Body. Hearing these 2 words, Vuong Dang's jealousy couldn't help but increase by one more. He shouted out in astonishment, what? Divine Body? Spreading its wings wide, the spirit bird widened its eyes and gaped, Divine Body. Since my holy Xuan sect declined until now, for many years there has not appeared a divine body, while the other 3 great holy lands all have divine bodies existing. Its eyes looked at him, faintly emitting brilliant radiance. Good. You have brought glory to the old master already. Finally, the holy Xuan sect also has a true prodigy who can compete with the other 3 great holy lands. From afar, the Holy Lord on one side seemed to have already seen the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky. He appeared somewhat pleased, obtaining the Kilin Divine Bridge, awakening the divine body. This Bai Mo truly is worthy of being a disciple of my holy Xuan sect. At the same time, a man stepped forward. If the Holy Son is already so outstanding, does the Holy Lord still need to conceal the Holy Son's identity? Why not take this opportunity to announce it to the world? Unable to hide the pride in his eyes, yet the Holy Lord still waved his hand and replied, it is not yet time. Just as he waved his hand, the light in the sky quickly disappeared into nothingness. The Holy Lord had his own plans. By then this Holy Lord wants to give the 3 great holy lands a surprise. Time passed like that. 3 hours later, at Elder Thatch's place, radiance continuously shone out. Bai Mo and Vuong Dang were extremely worried for their master. The 2 now stood silently waiting before the door. At this moment, from inside, Elder Thatch slowly walked out, seeming that his health had shown improvement. As soon as they saw their master, both were startled and quickly stepped forward. Although his steps were a bit unsteady, his face was clearly much brighter than when he had just been brought back. Now, Bai Mo together with Vuong Dang looked at their master's complexion and could not help but feel worried. Both simultaneously shouted loudly, Master. Not wanting his disciples to worry, he quickly reassured them, don't worry, your teacher is temporarily fine. But Bai Mo still couldn't help but ask anxiously, Master, why does Master look so much older? Forcing a smile on his lips, Elder Thatch said again, signs of essence depletion, simply put, about to die. Pausing a bit, he stepped forward and calmly explained, however, you 2 don't need to worry, your teacher can still hold on for a while. Now he couldn't help but be curious with a bit of anxiety. Master, is cultivating the celestial body that difficult? Elder Thatch stroked the long beard on his face, then said again, difficult indeed. Until now no one has ever succeeded. And this also made him sorrowful. Perhaps only one person ever succeeded. Earlier your teacher agreed to transmit the celestial body technique to you. Looking at the outstanding disciple before him, he hesitated a bit. To be honest, seeing such peerless talent, now your teacher is very hesitant. Elder Thatch pondered, your teacher wants to witness a miracle on you. If by chance you can cultivate the celestial body, then that would be something unprecedented. Pausing a bit, he then voiced his concern, but also fears you might end up like your teacher, affected by the celestial body, and thus fall into the mortal realm. As soon as he heard this, Bok Mak immediately responded without hesitation, "Master, teach the disciple the celestial body." Now he was secretly calculating in his heart the mission previously announced by the system. The celestial body is something that must be learned. Moreover, it is limited to a period of 5 years. Not to be outdone. Hearing this, Vuongdang also quickly spoke up. The disciple also wants to learn. Yet before this statement, Bok Mak calmly glanced at him and arrogantly replied, "What do you learn? Do you have that qualification?" The fire of anger flared up furiously. Jealousy added one more. Vuongdang was momentarily speechless. "You." But indeed what he said was very true. Now he was irritated and didn't care. "I don't care. I also want to learn." He silently reassured himself. "Bok Mak, I, Vuongdang, have the aptitude of a great emperor in my youth. Surely will not be weaker than you." Seeing that both of his disciples were so determined, Elder Thatch asked once again, "Are you sure you want to learn? This could very well be a path of no return." As soon as their master asked this question, both brothers shouted loudly in unison, "Learn?" In the end, he could not refuse. "If so, as your master, I will teach you the art of the celestial body." After that, the two were led to the main hall. Standing before the two disciples, Elder Thatch said again, "Do you know what the celestial body is?" Upon hearing that, Bok Mak immediately replied frankly without deceit, "Don't know." Vuongdang, however, seemed to have a bit of understanding. "According to the ancient records of my Vuong family, the celestial body is a body with infinite lifespan, also called the immortal body." Pausing a little, he continued, "Once practiced successfully, undying and indestructible, existing forever." Hearing these words, Bok Mak seemed extremely surprised. He couldn't help but repeat the words, "undying and indestructible." Now Bok Mak thought silently, undying and indestructible, wandering freely in the world. Indeed, the celestial body makes people have hope. Elder Thatch quickly replied, "That's right. The basic reason why the human world circulates the art of the celestial body is because in ancient times there were immortals." Bok Mak was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Immortals? Do immortals really exist in this world?" Elder Thatch replied, "They once existed. Moreover, in some extremely secret realms, some people have discovered evidence that immortals once existed." Hearing this, Bok Mak was very curious and quickly asked again, "What evidence?" But Elder Thatch showed a helpless expression. "Don't know. I have never seen it, but this matter cannot be faked, because not only one person has discovered evidence that immortals once existed." He was a bit thoughtful. It's just that what exactly was discovered everyone kept completely silent about. Bok Mak couldn't help but be curious and asked again, "Master, how did you obtain the art of the celestial body?" Elder Thatch was still somewhat hesitant. "This matter is very long to tell. It is the greatest secret of your master. I will tell you when the time is right." Then he explained, "From ancient times there have been many geniuses pursuing the celestial body, cultivating the celestial body, not only your master." As he spoke, regret rose in his eyes, but no one succeeded, proving that the celestial body is very difficult to cultivate. "Do you know why it is so difficult to cultivate?" Bok Mak also replied, "This is exactly the point that the disciple doubts. After all, why is the celestial body difficult to cultivate?" Seeing his disciple in front quickly kneel down, he immediately said, "Now your master will transmit to you the first rank of celestial body techniques. You must comprehend them by yourselves." Then followed a long stream of everything Elder Thatch knew. He passed it all on. Bok Mak upon hearing this was endlessly vexed. Vuongdang frowned and could not help but inwardly marvel. "This is so hard to understand." Bok Mak was even worse. He looked at the lines of characters flying in the sky and inwardly startled. "What the hell is this? I don't understand any of it." After a long while, with eyes full of expectation, Elder Thatch promptly asked, "How do you feel?" Bok Mak, on the contrary, did not hide. He honestly and briefly replied, "Do not understand a single character." Vuongdang then added, "These 18,000 characters, merely sensing the meaning of one character would consume tremendous mental energy, let alone reading and understanding." Elder Thatch again said, This is the difficulty point of first-rank celestial body. The celestial body is not ordinary script. He stroked his beard slowly and lectured. It is said that celestial script has long been lost. Celestial script is sentient. It can consume spiritual force to comprehend the meanings of characters. According to Elder Thatch, even so, to understand the entire 18 characters is still a monumental undertaking. He startled and immediately replied, "First rank. Could there really be a second rank for cultivating the celestial body?" Elder Thatch further explained, "Yes, cultivating the celestial body has 3 ranks. The higher rank is 10,000 times harder than the lower." Upon seeing those characters, both of them were startled. Bok-Mak could not help but exclaim, "This?" Elder Thatch looked at him, then said, "How many years I have spent yet remained stuck at first rank. These years to comprehend 18 characters." Recalling it himself, he had consumed tremendous mental energy, but still had much left uncomprehended. Bok-Mak clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Master, can you transmit to us what you have comprehended?" Elder Thatch slowly said to his 2 disciples, "Celestial script is very special. The first 10,000 characters are the basic requirement to enter the celestial body. You must comprehend them yourselves. The content your master comprehended cannot be transmitted to you. The 8,000 characters at the back can be transmitted among each other." He further explained, "As for how much one can comprehend after transmission, it depends on each person's aptitude." Bok-Mak's face darkened as he secretly calculated, "So that's how it is. Seems I can only rely on myself." Thinking and doing at once, he immediately summoned the system. "System, use 1 chance of enlightenment. Comprehend these celestial script." No sooner had he spoken than in his body he immediately felt as if a rich source of inner power continuously coiled around him, making Bok-Mak momentarily startle. This, only comprehending 10 characters. Suddenly seeing his disciple have a strange reaction, Elder Thatch immediately looked back. Could Bok-Mak have comprehended already? But as he walked he muttered to himself, "Impossible, celestial script is not so easy to comprehend." Bok-Mak paid no attention to his master. He focused on the system. "System, use 1 chance of enlightenment." Time passed like that. After a while now the system announced Bok-Mak's enlightenment chances were exhausted. He was somewhat annoyed, unexpectedly expending all enlightenment chances only to comprehend fewer than 100 characters. Immediately after that he slowly stood up and calculated. 18 characters is still far away. Not good. I must think of a way to acquire more enlightenment chances. As soon as he saw him preparing to leave, Vuong-Dang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are you going?" He actually said calmly, "Comprehending celestial script is too simple, a bit boring, going out for a walk." Hearing this, Vuong-Dang couldn't help but be so surprised that he shouted, "Simple? I am about to comprehend 1 celestial script. How many have you comprehended that you are so arrogant?" In response to this question, he acted dumb. "Not many, less than 100. This junior brother, upon hearing that, was petrified. Jealousy quickly increased by 1. Vuong-Dang stammered, 100. So angry that his whole body boiled, Vuong-Dang did not believe it. How could this be? Even if Bok-Mak's aptitude was stronger, he could not possibly comprehend 100 celestial scripts in such a short time. He must be lying to me. Bok-Mak seized the opportunity to gain more enlightenment chances. "Right, junior brother. Let me ask you a question. The most beautiful female cultivator, the one with the highest popularity in the Holy Profound sect, who is it?" Upon hearing that, he immediately became alert and quickly asked back, "Why are you asking that?" Yet Bok-Mak cheerfully replied afterward, "You don't need to care, just answer me." In the end, Vuong-Dang still chose to answer, "Of course it's Fairy Doan, Doan Nhuyen." He explained that Doan Nhuyen is the dream woman of all the male disciples of the Holy Profound sect, including the geniuses capable of competing for the position of Holy Son. He also gave advice, "If you want her to notice you, I advise you to give up that thought. After all, you are a new disciple, with limited connections." Vuong-Dang kept rambling. Although the Holy Profound sect has declined, there are still many geniuses in every generation. Especially he stopped talking. The young man was surprised and immediately asked, especially what? But for some reason he didn't say anymore. Forget it. I won't tell you. Right now you still can't compare to that person. I advise you to be more humble. Bok Mak immediately replied calmly, humility is not my nature. Junior brother, continue cultivating. I will temporarily stop comprehending celestial script. As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. Wait and see, junior brother, whether you can catch up with my pace. Vuongdang was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Jealousy rose once again. You better stop being so smug. Walking away contentedly, Bok Mak couldn't help but praise. If only there were a few more adorable junior brothers like this, how nice it would be. On the other side, Lai Muk finally stepped out of his room. The disciples who had been waiting at the door immediately showed respect when they saw him. Congratulations, senior brother Lai, on entering the Divine Bridge realm. Lai Muk was full of pride. He clenched his fist and then said, go to the Spirit Pavilion to choose a cultivation technique. Now ambition surged. Lai Muk thought to himself, as long as I obtain a powerful cultivation technique from the Spirit Pavilion, my strength will grow tremendously. By then Bok Mak will be trampled beneath my feet. These thoughts appearing in his mind made him extremely delighted. On the other side, he was walking alone through the mountains and forests. Now I have entered the Divine Bridge realm. The Divine Bridge realm takes the body as the bridge. Bok Mak now had to calculate. Connecting to the heavenly path, should go to the Spirit Pavilion to find some powerful cultivation technique. By coincidence, at this moment he saw a familiar figure and immediately approached Lai Muk. And that man also quickly recognized his rival. Lai Muk was somewhat surprised. Bok Mak, not missing any opportunity, he quickly approached, smiling cheerfully and greeted. Long time no see, how have you been lately? Lai Muk looked at his reaction and hesitated. Are we that close? He did not answer but still smiled brightly and asked, sensing your aura is extraordinary, have you broken through? Lai Muk proudly pointed at himself. That's right, I have stepped into the Divine Bridge realm. Bok Mak calmly replied, congratulations, finally your realm has caught up. Hearing that was like thunder striking beside his ear. Lai Muk could not help but shout, you have also reached the Divine Bridge realm. Looking straight into his eyes, he firmly answered, genuine and real. Immediately from Bok Mak's body burst out a loud explosion, making Lai Muk startle and retreat several steps. His jealousy rose another level. He was shocked. Both are Divine Bridge realm, yet why is this one's Divine Bridge so powerful? Looking at the opponent before him, Bok Mak actually arrogantly mocked. Lai Muk, fighting me, you are somewhat useless. He was not afraid to say directly, your ice fire holy sect perhaps in this lifetime still cannot take back from me. Once again he gained more jealousy. Lai Muk walking away burning with rage. How could this be? Let's go and see. Scene change. Now at the Spirit Pavilion, all the disciples of the sect gathered there. A girl among them could not help but admire. This is the star summit of the Spirit Pavilion, so beautiful. And Bao happily responded, this place is not only beautiful, each star on the star summit represents a cultivation method. He was endlessly delighted. What cultivation method one can obtain depends on one's qualification and fate. At that moment everyone was in an uproar, pointing at one another. Look over there, it's Don Nhu Yen. Fairy Don has arrived. Hearing that name, Bok Mak could not help but be surprised and asked himself, Don Nhu Yen. At the same time, from afar Don Nhu Yen coldly walked toward the crowd. Seeing her, everyone stepped forward to greet politely. Fairy Don. Lai Muk actually respectfully stepped forward first to greet. Senior Sister Don, I am Lai Muk. Nhu Yen quickly recognized him and immediately asked, Lai Muk, the champion of the Marquis residence. Lai Muk, seeing Nhu Yen recognize him, could not help but be pleased. That's me. Often hearing others mention Senior Sister Don. Meeting today indeed extraordinary temperament. In response to his compliment, she only humbly replied, Junior brother Lai overpraises. From this side Bok Mak thought to himself, I was just looking for Don Nhu Yen, didn't expect she would come herself. At that moment Elder Van stepped forward and loudly said, "Silence, the Spirit Pavilion opens once every 5 years. You must seize this opportunity." He announced, "Release your auras. The cultivation methods within the Spirit Pavilion will sense and distribute suitable methods for each of you." Lai Muk spoke first. Senior Sister Dawn's temperament is unparalleled. Today she will surely obtain a rare cultivation method. Nhu Yen smiled faintly and modestly. Junior Brother Muk overpraises. Junior Brother Muk, being the champion of the Marquis, your aptitude is naturally extraordinary. Receiving the beauty's response, he was endlessly delighted. Not at all. Senior Sister Dawn flatters me. At that moment Bok Mak stepped forward and immediately interrupted their conversation. Indeed, that is too much. Hearing that, Lai Muk became furious, glaring and shouting, "Bok Mak, what do you mean?" He calmly replied, literal meaning, "If your aptitude is peerless, then what am I? Heaven-defying aptitude." The crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person, daring to talk to Lai Muk like that? Looks somewhat familiar. Finally someone recognized him. This is Bok Mak, the one who once made the 9th floor of the Yin Yang Tower light up during the entrance test. They whispered to each other, but afterward he was not appointed as Holy Son. Everyone said he cheated during the test. As soon as she saw him, Nhu Yen immediately spoke up because she recognized him. "You are Bok Mak." Yet now, he replied to that question with an extremely affectionate tone. "Nhu Yen, it's me." Hearing that, she instantly blushed. The sweat on her cheek couldn't help but roll down. "What did you just call me?" Hearing such a question, he was still not shy and even repeated loudly and clearly once more, "Nhu Yen calling so affectionately." After that, Nhu Yen looked at him with a sulky expression. "Are we acquainted?" He still kept a gentle smile and replied, "Precisely because we're not acquainted. That's why I call you like that. If I call often enough, won't we become familiar?" Hearing that, Nhu Yen's face briefly showed a flustered expression. She didn't think he would answer like that, and for a moment didn't know what to do. Everyone around couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. How dare this Bok Mak speak to Fairy Dawn like that? Is he crazy? Doesn't he know this will anger many people? Finally, unable to hold back, one of them stood up, pointed straight at his face and scolded, "Bok Mak, don't be rude to the fairy." Lai Muk also couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand and shouted straight at him, "Shameless." But Bok Mak still remained completely calm. Instead he said, "Move aside, defeated subordinate. I'm talking to Nhu Yen. It's not your turn to speak." Indeed, he was once a defeated subordinate under Bok Mak's hand. Now Lai Muk had nothing to refute. "You." Then he looked toward Nhu Yen and suddenly spoke. "Nhu Yen, no, Senior Sister Dawn." Pointing over to the other side, Lai Muk said, "Let's go over there. No need to pay attention to this rude guy." Yet she straightforwardly refused. "Junior Brother Lai, go ahead. I have something to discuss with Bok Mak." Hearing that, Lai Muk couldn't help but be surprised. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that Nhu Yen seemed to want to talk to him, Bok Mak immediately spoke up to chase him away, still not leaving yet. Right after that, in the end he couldn't possibly cause trouble in front of the beauty, so he left with a stomach full of anger, and Bok Mak successfully gained another point of jealousy. Nhu Yen immediately moved closer to him. "Bok Mak, junior brother, I have something I want to ask you." Bok Mak, without the slightest embarrassment, immediately moved closer to her and said, "Just call me Bok Mak. Calling me junior brother sounds a bit distant." Not expecting him to be so bold, her face turned slightly red. Nhu Yen shyly said, "You." Everyone around now shouted furiously, "Damn it, that brat Bok Mak, what are you doing? How can he stand so close to Fairy Nhu Yen like that? Bok Mak, don't go too far." At the same time, Bok Mak received countless points of jealousy from everyone, which made him extremely surprised. Now his gaze toward his fellow brothers also carried some fondness. These senior and junior brothers are truly very useful. The effect is better than I expected. Nhu Yen then interrupted his thoughts. "Bok Mak, I want to know what happened in the Kilin Divine Realm." Bok Mak was surprised and immediately replied to her. NHU Yen wants to know who obtained the Kiln Divine Bridge, right? NHU Yen also honestly answered, that's right. Something strange happened in the Kiln secret realm this time. The three great holy lands said nothing. She cheerfully continued, our holy profound sect also issued a strict order. But I could still hear some news. In the Kiln Divine Realm, Bok Mak performed extremely well. Hearing that, he secretly speculated, perhaps the three great holy lands remained silent because too many disciples died, afraid of losing face. But Bok Mak still couldn't help but wonder, why would the holy profound sect issue a strict order? Do they not want others to know about my glorious feats? Then he looked at NHU Yen and sincerely said, you have already passed the Divine Bridge realm. Perhaps you no longer need the Kiln Divine Bridge. She also admitted, indeed I don't need the Kiln Divine Bridge, but comprehending the divine charm of the Kiln Divine Bridge could bring me great benefits, allowing me to advance further. Hearing that, Bok Mak straightforwardly suggested, if so, NHU Yen could dual cultivate with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, NHU Yen blushed deeply in embarrassment. She couldn't help but shout, what nonsense are you talking about? You are a lecher. On the other side, seeing the beauty raise her voice, everyone began whispering and gossiping. What happened? What's going on? Bok Mak pretended to be innocent and sincerely said, didn't you want to sense the Kiln Divine Bridge? Only through dual cultivation can you feel it. Her face as red as a persimmon. She pointed at him and continued, I despise you. Who do you think Don NHU Yen is that I would dual cultivate with you? The crowd once again burst into noise. What? Dual cultivate? Bok Mak? Are you dreaming? Get away. Don't defile Fairy NHU Yen. Now, the storm of jealousy poured toward him. Bok Mak continuously gained points from those junior brothers. He couldn't help but feel contempt. Damn it. These people curse me with their mouths, yet every one of them is full of jealousy. I'm afraid deep down all of you also want to defile Don NHU Yen. He looked at them, each one no different from pigs. At that moment Elder Van shouted, silence, making noise like this in the spirit pavilion, what a disgrace. He immediately announced, now begin comprehending the cultivation methods. Each of you has only 2 hours. All the disciples got into position. This time they must comprehend a high-level cultivation method. The Spirit Pavilion has as many methods as stars, too hard to choose. One of them added, hard to choose, just comprehend one first and then decide. It's not that easy. Bok Mak turned to the girl standing before him and said, NHU Yen, want to have a little competition. Hearing that, she became curious and immediately asked back, compete in what? Bok Mak eagerly said, let's see whose comprehension level is higher. NHU Yen was straightforward. She went right to the point after hearing that. What's the bet? He began to set the term. If you win, I'll tell you the secret of the Kiln Divine Bridge. I might even help you feel its aura. Pausing for a moment, Bok Mak calmly continued, if I win, you must kiss me in front of everyone. NHU Yen was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Her face turned crimson, and she shouted, you dare. Bok Mak then changed the condition. So stingy. Fine, let's change it. If I win, you will be my servant girl. Hearing that, NHU Yen couldn't believe her ears and quickly asked again, servant girl? To answer her confusion, Bok Mak arrogantly looked at her and asked, what, dare or not? NHU Yen was provoked so badly she couldn't hold back and immediately agreed, dare. Why wouldn't I dare, for me to be a servant girl? You actually dare to think of that? As soon as the two agreed to the bet, he turned toward the crowd and shouted loudly, everyone, listen carefully. Suddenly, Bok Mak stood before everyone causing a stir. NHU Yen was startled. What are you doing? He ignored her and spoke loudly. I and Don NHU Yen have made a bet. Whoever comprehends a higher grade cultivation method wins. If I win, NHU Yen will be my servant girl. Everyone was in an uproar, as if thunder struck beside their ears. What, Bok Mak? You should know who you are. You think you can beat Fairy NHU Yen? Stop dreaming. One of them couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, you have completely angered me now. At this moment, NHU Yen also began to blush with embarrassment. She angrily shouted, you Why did you tell everyone? Bok Mak calmly replied, to let everyone bear witness, and also to make sure no one can go back on their word. It was the first time Nhu Yen had met such a shameless man. She couldn't help but angrily shout outright, infuriating, this bastard. Bok Mak found it amusing. So Nhu Yen also knows how to curse. It's fine. Hitting and scolding are both forms of affection. Faced with these words of his, Nhu Yen was momentarily speechless. Immediately after, she proudly turned her face away. Bok Mak, even though you can't win. Pausing a moment, Nhu Yen warned again, but it's best not to win, you simply cannot win. Now he felt a bit awkward, scratching his head blankly. Why does it feel like she's smiling so slyly? At the same time, on the tall building over there, a golden beam of light like a rocket was slowly descending. Some disciples began to cheer excitedly. It's here, I've comprehended a cultivation technique. Looking at the technique falling into his hand, he was somewhat unhappy. Why is it a lower grade yellow level technique? The disciples around couldn't help but burst out laughing and tease. Wasted your excitement, keep comprehending. Right after that, all those golden flames slowly fell one after another. Everyone began to shout and cheer. Mine is mid-grade yellow level. Mine is upper-grade yellow level. Why can't I comprehend anything? Elder Van couldn't help but feel sorrowful. It seems our holy profound sect truly has declined. Still no one has comprehended a mysterious level technique. He helplessly murmured to himself, remembering the old days, when the holy profound sect was in its prime. Every time the spirit pavilion opened, geniuses were countless. There were even people who comprehended earth-level techniques. Now these disciples are too mediocre. As he spoke, dissatisfaction appeared on Elder Van's face. Lai Muk's technique was at the mid-mysterious level. He seemed satisfied with this result. Elder Van was also a bit surprised. Mid-mysterious, barely acceptable. This star is so big and so bright. The crowd buzzed in admiration, as expected of the champion genius from the Marquis Manor. He comprehended a mid-mysterious level technique right away. Congratulations, young Marquis. Lai Muk proudly turned to look toward him. Bok Mak, you dreaming of defeating senior sister Nhu Yen is pure fantasy. Surpass me first before talking further. But in response to his provocation, Bok Mak only replied with disdain, surpass you? Wouldn't that be extremely easy? Immediately after, he silently muttered, system, use one enlightenment opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light from the sky swiftly descended before Bok Mak. The disciples, upon seeing it, couldn't help but be stunned. Upper grade yellow level. Are you kidding me? Then they all burst out laughing. Bok Mak, this is the result of showing off. Not even as good as me. What do you have to compete with Fairy Nhu Yen? He shyly scratched his head. This was a complete mistake. In fact, he himself was dissatisfied with himself. This physique of mine truly leaves nothing to say. Only after one enlightenment could I comprehend a mid-grade yellow-level technique. Now Nhu Yen was quietly watching him. She wondered to herself, could it be that I have overestimated him? Lai Muk, after glancing over, pointed his thumb downward mockingly. Bok Mak, how disgraceful. If that's your level, then you should find a crack to crawl into. Faced with his ridicule, he calmly replied, Lai Muk, open your eyes and watch. Immediately after, Bok Mak decided to go big once. System, use 3 enlightenment opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound upper star from the sky instantly fell toward Bok Mak. Everyone opened their mouths in astonishment. The star was huge. With that aura, it was definitely a high-tier technique. Especially Elder Van. He looked at that star in disbelief. This is... Thinking he must be old, Elder Van tried to take a closer look at that star once again. But it truly was a profound upper. The senior and junior disciples all pointed up at the sky. This is profound high grade. Though Elder Van was happy, afterwards he still felt a bit regretful. Profound upper. What a pity it didn't reach Earth level. On this side, Nhu Yen showed disdain. Profound upper. It's just so-so. Bok Mak was also somewhat displeased. Only profound high grade. A bit low. Everyone hearing this couldn't help but loudly retort. That's still low. I suspect you're saying the opposite. One of them jumped out. If you don't want it, give it to me. If I could cultivate a profound high-grade technique in this life, I'd be satisfied. Lai Muk immediately shouted, pointing at him. Bok Mak, stop pretending. I'm still comprehending. And just like that, after a while, the star finally fell onto Lai Muk, making him extremely proud. Lai Muk laughed slyly at him. Profound upper. I also comprehended a profound high-grade technique. Then he looked at him and loudly said, Bok Mak, you and I are equal. But on this side, the star that fell toward Nhu Yen was an earth lower, and its color was also unlike the others. Everyone was so shocked they stammered. This is an earth-level technique. It was Senior Sister Don Nhu Yen who comprehended it. Elder Van couldn't hide his joy. He kept repeating to himself happily, Earth level, finally an Earth level. Lai Muk looked in admiration, as expected of Senior Sister Nhu Yen. Both her talent and beauty are exceptional. Right after that he quickly looked proudly at Bok Mak to put him down. Bok Mak, you lost. But just as he finished, another Earth upper star suddenly flew straight down toward Bok Mak. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, What? Lai Muk, now even more jealous, looked at him with growing resentment. He also comprehended an Earth high-grade technique. Looking at his opponent, Nhu Yen couldn't help but speak aloud. Interesting. Then he looked at his defeated rival and mocked, Lai Muk, you think you're equal to me. Overcome by jealousy again, Lai Muk gritted his teeth and glared at him. Hateful. Elder Van above was so excited that he loudly exclaimed, Excellent. 2 Earth-level prodigies. This time opening the Spirit Pavilion was truly worthwhile. At this moment, Nhu Yen also began to blush with embarrassment. She angrily shouted, Why did you tell everyone? Bok Mak calmly replied, To let everyone bear witness, moreover so that no one can go back on their word. Nhu Yen, meeting such a shameless man for the first time, couldn't help but angrily say out loud, infuriating, This bastard. Bok Mak found it interesting. So it turns out Nhu Yen also knows how to curse people. It's fine. Hitting and scolding means love. Facing his words, Nhu Yen was momentarily speechless. Immediately after, she smugly turned her face away. Bok Mak, even though you cannot win. Pausing for a moment, Nhu Yen then warned, But you'd better not win. You simply cannot possibly win. Now he felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head blankly. Why did he feel she was smiling so slyly? At this moment, on that tall building, a golden light like a rocket was slowly falling down. Several disciples began to cheer. It's here. I've comprehended a cultivation technique. Looking at the technique descending into his hands, he was somewhat displeased. Why is it a lower grade yellow level technique? Those disciples couldn't help but laugh loudly and tease. Wasted excitement. Keep comprehending. Right after that, all those golden sparks simultaneously began to fall slowly. Everyone started to buzz and shout. I got a mid-grade yellow level. I got a high-grade yellow level. Why can't I comprehend? Elder Van couldn't help but feel sad. It seems my Saint Hien Vu sect has truly declined. Until now no one has comprehended a profound level technique. He helplessly muttered to himself, remembering back then when Saint Hien's sect was in its prosperous age. Every time the spirit stars opened, geniuses were countless. Some even comprehended to earth-level techniques. Now these disciples are too mediocre. As he spoke, dissatisfaction appeared on Elder Van's face. Lai Muk's technique was at the mid-profound level. He seemed satisfied with this result. Elder Van was also a bit surprised. Mid-profound, barely acceptable. This star is so big and bright. The crowd bustled with admiration. Worthy of being the Marquis's Mansion champion genius. As soon as he started, he comprehended a mid-grade profound level technique. Congratulations, young Marquis. Lai Muk proudly turned to look at him. Bok Mak. Wanting to defeat Senior Sister Nhu Yen is a foolish dream. Surpass me first, then talk. But responding to his provocation, Bok Mak only disdainfully replied, Surpassing you? Wouldn't that be extremely easy? Immediately after, he silently said to himself, System, use one comprehension opportunity. As soon as he finished, A beam of light from the sky quickly descended before Bok Mak. The disciples, seeing this, couldn't help but be shocked. High-grade yellow level. Are you kidding me? Then they burst into laughter. Bok Mak, this is the result of your showing off. Not even as good as me. What will you use to compete with Fairy Nhu Yen? After a while, that star slowly descended, and this time it was larger than usual. The disciples raised their heads so high as if their necks would break. The star was huge. The technique senior sister Nhu Yen comprehended this time was incredible. It was even a high-grade heaven level. And that star that was falling was exactly heaven upper. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "It's even a high-grade heaven level." They had been in shock again and again. Oh my god. Lai Muk watched excitedly. High-grade heaven level. This is the highest level technique of the Spirit Pavilion. Who would have thought senior sister Nhu Yen could comprehend it? Elder Van was full of pride. He couldn't stop himself from laughing loudly, muttering, "Good, good." Immediately after, Elder Van flew straight down close to Nhu Yen. It had been so many years since the Spirit Pavilion had anyone who could comprehend a high-grade heaven-level technique. His eyes shone brightly. This could rank among the top 10 in the history of disciples comprehending techniques of the Spirit Pavilion. Elder Van couldn't help but praise, "Don Nhu Yen, you are quite something. In the future, you will certainly become one of the battle strengths of our Than Hien sect." Immediately she turned to him. "Bok Mak, is there still any need to compete now?" Throwing her an innocent look, he calmly replied, "Why not necessary? Nhu Yen, do you want to admit defeat?" Nhu Yen, unable to believe her ears, became so angry that she trembled. You really are shameless." Lai Muk beside them reminded, "Bok Mak, senior sister Nhu Yen has already comprehended the highest level technique of the Spirit Pavilion." He kept mocking with extremely unpleasant words. "You think you can surpass her?" Despite these provocations, he still maintained a calm expression. "Let's just see." Immediately after, Bok Mak sat down. His mouth summoned the system. Used 10 enlightenment opportunities. Lai Muk showed endless disdain. He cursed inwardly in irritation. Show off. Right after that, he silently waited. From above a loud sound echoed. A star similar to Nhu Yen's earlier appeared, and it was heading toward Bok Mak. Seeing this scene, Lai Muk's heart immediately trembled. He couldn't help but shout, "What?" Everyone then marveled in astonishment. High-grade heaven level. Bok Mak also comprehended a high-grade heaven level technique. This guy is truly shocking. Lai Muk, unwilling to accept it, pointed at him and shouted, "So what? Isn't that just equal to senior sister Nhu Yen? Bok Mak still hasn't won." At that moment, continuous tremors occurred above, making everyone amazed. What's happening? The disciples looked on curiously. Why are all the stars shining? Seeing that star constantly flying toward him, everyone was startled. That star is too big. Now everyone was in an uproar discussing. It seems even larger than that high-grade heaven-level star. What's going on? Even Elder Van himself couldn't explain it, stammering, "This matter." After only a short while, a star carrying a sacred inner force began to fall down. Everyone raised their faces and gaped in astonishment and admiration. This is a saint-level technique. There is actually a saint-level technique inside the Spirit Pavilion. Especially the two who had mocked Bok Mak earlier were now sweating uncontrollably. Heaven-level techniques are not the strongest. Lai Muk still couldn't believe his eyes. He added another jealousy toward him. How could this be possible? Even Bok Mak himself secretly marveled. The techniques within the Spirit Pavilion are indeed not limited to heaven level. It truly is one of the 4 great holy lands. The corner of his mouth slightly curved up. Although in decline, how could it possibly stop at heaven level? At this moment Elder Van looked at him with delight. This brat unexpectedly gave me a great surprise in the end. Although unwilling to admit it, Nhu Yen finally had to accept. I lost already, and even lost to a new disciple. But it seemed Bok Mak was still not satisfied with this result. Instinct told me it's not over yet, as if something super level is still waiting for me. Everyone once again grew noisy. Bok Mak won already. Then the bet between him and senior sister Nhu Yen. He won. But he still cannot demand Fairy Nhu Yen to do something. Otherwise we will not agree. Not to mention those genius senior brothers. Nhu Yen stood up and walked toward him. Bok Mak, it's over. I am willing to admit defeat. The bet just now, let's change it a bit. Her face flushed red. Her voice carried a bit of hesitation. I can. Yet standing before these words, Bok Mak still calmly replied, it's not over yet. Hearing this, Nhu Yen was extremely surprised. She couldn't help but ask again, not over yet? Everyone was also surprised accordingly. What is Bok Mak looking at? Don't know. Acting mysterious for what? Trying to deceive on purpose. At this moment in the sky, suddenly something flashed brightly and dazzlingly. Nhu Yen quickly noticed it. She couldn't help but be startled. This is... And the reaction of those disciples was even more shocked. All the stars were shining. What happened? As soon as she saw that huge star, Nhu Yen was also stunned. What? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, is this comprehension of a technique? This is clearly a planet falling down. No one dared to believe it. My God, if this is a technique, then what level would it be? Unimaginable. The might of this star made everyone collapse to the ground. The pressure was too great. Everyone trembled, sweat constantly pouring down their foreheads, as if facing a descending emperor. On this side, Elder Van joyfully shouted, Emperor, the emperor has appeared. Just like that, the star continued to descend unceasingly above Bok Mak's head. Nhu Yen still couldn't stop being astonished. Truly an emperor? How could Bok Mak do that? Those disciples gritted their teeth to endure. My God, what does emperor represent? On this side, that star kept shining continuously. It was dazzling like the midday sun. And this great commotion also reached the ears of the Holy Lord. Now he and another person were silently observing the situation there. The elder standing beside him looked somewhat pleased. Since the founding of Saint Haiyan sect until now, it's the first time an emperor appeared. He looked at the Holy Lord and then curiously asked, Sect Master, isn't this a good thing? Why do you look so troubled? The Holy Lord coldly replied, For Bok Mak it is a good thing. For my Saint Haiyan sect it is both good and bad. At this moment inside a cave, it seemed that a pair of eyes were gazing outside full of mystery. Very quickly, the person inside that cave stepped out. He was Bok Kin Thien, a man with a cold face. At the same time, another man walked up with curiosity and interest, asking, Bok Kin Thien, what are you looking at? Hearing this question, Kin Thien immediately turned his face and answered, The Emperor's star of Than Haiyan sect is fluctuating. Someone has summoned the Emperor's star. The attendant pretended to be surprised. Interesting. Before, you were the #1 prodigy of Than Haiyan sect. After you left, the sect's Emperor's star began to shine. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Moreover, it happened not long after you awakened the demonic moon and raised your cultivation to become a great saint of the demon race. Kin Thien replied, The Emperor's star appearing means great chaos in the world. That is what the Than Haiyan sect has always passed down. The attendant gave a sly smile. Great chaos in the world is a good thing. The great foundation of our demon race is within reach. Over here, that saint-level star was still shining in front of Bok Mak, while he sat quietly feeling the power. After a long while, that vast power directly entered his body. This made Bok Mak somewhat surprised. This is an emperor-level technique. This is even a special kind of constitution. At the same time, Elder Van couldn't help but speak. Bok Mak, your great act is unprecedented in the history of the Spirit Pavilion. In the history of our Than Haiyan sect, no one has ever made the Emperor's star shine. You have done it. He happily told him, perhaps starting from you, the Than Haiyan sect will step onto the path of rising again. Immediately after, Bok Mak finally stood up and politely replied, Thank you, Elder. This disciple will try harder. Yet he had not forgotten that wager, so he said to the girl standing next to him, Nhu Yen, come beside me, be my maid. Standing before all the disciples of Than Haiyan sect, he calmly spoke with promise, I will lead you to shine together. Jealousy kept increasing along with the sounds of reaction. This guy really dares to take senior sister Nhu Yen as his maid. Bok Mak, even though you've created a miracle, you can't do this. Bok Mak, that's enough. Bok Mak didn't stop there. Seeing that she hadn't answered, he continued, Nhu Yen, what do you think? Be my maid, pour tea, prepare water, serve my basic needs. In truth, Bok Mak clearly knew that Don Nhu Yen would certainly not agree, but it didn't matter. His main goal was to provoke those flatterers, to gain a large number of enlightenment chances, and that was enough. Just as he expected, they all shouted angrily and cursed, hateful, Bok Mak, I advise you to be decent. You're really shameless. How could Fairy Nhu Yen do such things? Everyone, rest assured, senior sister Nhu Yen absolutely won't agree. And naturally the jealousy points kept rising. Yet standing before everyone, Nhu Yen's expression changed. She surprisingly said cheerfully, fine, I agree. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Of course Bok Mak was no exception. What? She agreed. Did I mishear? He couldn't help but shout, huh, what's going on? Why did she agree? Nhu Yen now appeared extremely proud. Bok Mak, you've won. Don Nhu Yen is not someone who breaks her word. As long as you dare to take me as your maid, I will dare to agree. The disciples were still in an uproar. Senior sister Nhu Yen, please think carefully. How can you be someone else's maid? I disagree. I absolutely disagree. To Nhu Yen's words, Bok Mak calmly replied, ridiculous, of course Bok Mak dares. Then, as if making a declaration, he said loudly, Nhu Yen, from now on, be the maid beside this young master. Jealousy kept rising continuously. No one could accept this reality. What? This can't be. Nhu Yen then calmly continued, as I said, victory for you is a disaster. I hope you won't regret it. She also secretly calculated for herself a bit. There is something extraordinary about this Bok Mak. Then staying beside him, I should find out more. But he happily responded, threatening me is useless. From now on, do your duty well. On this side, the group of disciples was so furious their eyes nearly exploded. Bok Mak, how could you do something so heartless? I want to duel you. Goddess, without you how could I live? Just like that, they became even more jealous, and the one who gained the most benefit was Bok Mak. The scene shifted to a great mountain, which suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. From within the rubble, a handsome young man soared into the sky. His name was Hong Trine. Looking at the fresh sky and land, he took a deep breath and joyfully exclaimed, 5 years already. Finally I, Hong Trine, have emerged from seclusion. Very quickly, 3 others dressed alike, all junior brothers of Hong Trine, immediately flew over, each wearing a look of excitement. As soon as they saw him, the 3 respectfully spoke in unison, congratulations to genius of the secret realm, senior brother Hong Trine, for coming out of seclusion. Congratulations senior brother Hong. This time when senior brother Hong Trine emerges, you will surely shine throughout St. Haiyan sect. Pausing for a moment, one of them smiled flatteringly and said, what I mean is, this time senior brother Hong Trine will surely win the heart of senior sister Nhu Yen. Hong Trine also deeply missed the one in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, where is Don Nhu Yen now? A junior brother stepped forward to reply, senior brother Hong, it is said that senior sister Nhu Yen went to the spirit pavilion to comprehend techniques. Perhaps she is finished by now. After that, Hong Trine immediately flew ahead while saying to the 2 others, go to the spirit pavilion. At that moment, another person came flying hurriedly from afar with a panicked voice, senior brother Hong, it's not good. Hong Trine calmly stopped and asked him, what is it? Why are you shouting like that? The junior brother hesitated, scratching his forehead nervously and stammering, that matter. Hong Trine was impatient. He immediately asked coldly, stammering what? Finally, the junior brother spoke up, senior brother, senior sister Nhu Yen has become someone else's maid. Hearing this, Hong Trine was truly startled. He quickly asked again, huh, say that again? The junior brother briefly recounted, senior brother Hong, senior sister Nhu Yen lost a bet with a new disciple named Bok Mak. She has now become his maid. Hearing this, Hong Trine trembled with rage. his fury blazing. What? Hong Trine could no longer stay calm. He growled, how could that be? It seems that Guy is tired of living. Take me there. On this side, Nhu Yen and Bok Mak had just walked out from the place where they had tested their strength. She led the way ahead while Bok Mak followed behind. Out of nowhere, a thunderous voice filled with rage shouted, Bok Mak, come here and die. Seeing Hong Trine already present above, Nhu Yen was somewhat surprised. Hong Trine still tried to maintain his arrogant demeanor. He looked at her and gently asked, Nhu Yen, where is that Bok Mak? But in contrast, Nhu Yen appeared rather annoyed. She frowned and asked back, what are you doing? Hong Trine, unwilling to accept it, immediately asked again, you lost the bet. Are you really going to become that Bok Mak's maid? Nhu Yen calmly replied without hesitation, yes, so what? My matters don't need your interference. Channeling his inner force, Hong Trine shouted loudly, your matters are my matters, Bok Mak, get out here for me. At the same time, Bok Mak also quickly stepped forward, coldly asking the person above, what are you being so noisy about? As soon as he saw him, Hong Trine immediately guessed. His fury surged as he asked, you are Bok Mak. Very soon after that, as soon as he heard it, he immediately shouted loudly at Hong Tr, I letter 1EC3N, it's me. Then, that man stared straight at him and shouted back loudly, I order you. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C calmly looked at the other person and replied, what right do you have to order me? Upon hearing that, it seemed the man couldn't say anything else, stammering, you. Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N grew angry. In Thon HUY letter 1EC1N sect, there's no one who doesn't know that I, Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N, am pursuing Doen Nhu Yen, yet you dare to tell her to be a maid. If you know what's good for you, then quickly apologize to Doen Nhu Yen. Stopping for a moment, he furiously shouted, otherwise, if I cripple you today that's already lenient. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C calmly said, you pursuing her has nothing to do with me. Me taking her as a maid has nothing to do with you. He continued replying, to put it nicely you're pursuing her, but to put it bluntly you're just a sycophant flattering others. Don't overestimate yourself. Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N was so furious that sparks flew, flattering, you dare to call me a sycophant. Immediately after, he leapt forward straight toward him. I'll kill you. The crowd nearby whispered among themselves, Senior Brother Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N is at the Divine Sea Realm. Has this B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C already reached the Divine Bridge Realm? Even if he's at the Divine Sea Realm, he's still one great realm lower than Senior Brother Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C will definitely lose. Thus they were all excited. Teach that arrogant B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C a lesson. And immediately, their attacks collided with a loud explosion. Just like that, he was blown far away from where he stood at first. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C was utterly shocked, dazed. So this is the power of the Divine Sea Realm. Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N was extremely proud. He asked again, are you scared now? But it's already too late. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C quickly regained his calmness, coldly replied, that's all you've got. Hearing that, Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N was so surprised that he exclaimed, that's all you've got. Some disciples laughed mockingly. Has this brat been hit so hard he lost his mind? Doesn't he know what he's saying? Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N channeled his inner strength, then angrily shouted, let's see how long you can keep that sharp mouth. Immediately after, once again the two charged at each other, exchanging furious blows. But the moment they clashed, he was sent flying by B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C, crashing down to the ground. Seeing this, one of the disciples was shocked and shouted, what? As soon as he said that, Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N was punched once more, smoke and dust scattering everywhere. Hong Tr I letter 1EC3N couldn't believe it. He wondered to himself, how can this brat be this strong? Everyone was in an uproar. How could Senior Brother Hang be defeated by this brat? B letter 1EA1CHM letter 1EB7C still looked at his opponent calmly, speaking with disdain, "You brought this upon yourself." Now it seemed that Hong Trine had truly been angered. He roared like a ferocious beast, intolerable. To save face for himself, he loudly refuted his previous defeat. "Just now I was careless, brat, don't get too proud." At this moment Bok Mak was also extremely irritated. He raised his voice. "If you still don't know your own limits, then I will cripple you." Hong Trine immediately flew quickly toward Bok Mak, while saying, "This time without bothering to argue with you." It turned out he wasn't flying forward to attack again, but had already fled swiftly, not even turning his head to look back. Bok Mak was preparing his stance to attack when suddenly the opponent no longer fought. This also made him dumbfounded and smile awkwardly. That figure had already vanished, leaving only the echoing voice, "Bok Mak, just you wait. This isn't over yet." The group of disciples still didn't understand what was happening. Senior brother Hong Trine ran away. What kind of situation is this? Bok Mak still kept his proud demeanor. He smiled brightly and said, "That move almost broke my waist." On this side, Nhu Yen was somewhat surprised. Although Hong Trine wasn't truly a heaven's prodigy, his aptitude was by no means ordinary. She silently evaluated for a moment. Bok Mak fought across levels so easily, and in the end even scared Hong Trine into fleeing, truly becoming more and more interesting. Seeing those people still standing there dumbfounded, now he spoke up. "Everyone, gossiping that much is enough. Disperse." Bok Mak looked straight at them and said the final words with a sly face. "Nhu Yen, and I also need to go back to rest." It seemed he had successfully provoked them. At this moment, the jealousy index kept rising. "Rest, Bok Mak. What do you mean by that? I won't allow you to insult Fairy Nhu Yen." Seeing the group buzzing around his ears like flies made him secretly delighted inside. Today he gained a great amount of enlightenment. Truly an adorable bunch. After that, since Nhu Yen had already accepted becoming his maid, she naturally followed Bok Mak back to his residence. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, Vuong Dang saw Nhu Yen and was utterly surprised. That is. Bok Mak didn't let him stay shocked for long and quickly explained. "Junior brother, let me introduce, this is Don." Nhu Yen immediately cut him off. "No need to introduce. Great Emperor Clan's Vuong Dang, I know." Vuong Dang looked at the girl before him, unable to hide his joy. "Don Nhu Yen, senior sister Don, why have you come here?" After that question she calmly replied, "Bok Mak told me to come." Vuong Dang quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. "Senior sister Don has top cultivation and aptitude in St. Hien sect. I have admired senior sister Don for a long time." Then he turned to his senior brother, "Bok Mak, why don't you quickly invite senior sister Don inside to sit, pour tea?" Responding to this, Bok Mak casually ordered Nhu Yen, "Right, go pour tea." Upon hearing his order, Nhu Yen not only wasn't angry but calmly replied, "All right." Seeing this scene, Vuong Dang was astonished. "Bok Mak, do you even know manners?" Pointing toward her, Vuong Dang was still bewildered. "This is senior sister Don Nhu Yen, and you tell her to personally pour tea." Bok Mak quickly explained, "That's right, is there anything inappropriate? Now Don Nhu Yen is my maid." Once again, Vuong Dang's mouth fell open in shock. Seeing he still didn't understand, Bok Mak added, "Don Nhu Yen lost a bet to me. She willingly became my maid." Vuong Dang was so agitated. "I don't believe it. Senior sister Don Nhu Yen is a fairy. How could a fairy become someone else's maid?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nhu Yen immediately brought over a cup of hot tea and respectfully looked at him. "Young master, please have tea." Like thunder striking his ears, Vuong Dang was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. He stammered, "This matter." Gently patting Vuong Dang's shoulder, Bok Mak calmly mocked, "Junior brother, you're still too green." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned away, leaving Vuong D stroke letter 1EB1NG filled with jealousy. How could this B letter 1EA1CHM letter 1EB7C possibly achieve such things? The first day passed just like that. By the next morning, Enhu Yern had already arrived very early. She quietly watched him, thinking, today I'll see how this B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C cultivates. Perhaps I can also probe a bit of the peculiarity on his body. B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C, however, paid no attention to her and silently pondered. This time I've gained a large number of enlightenment chances. I wonder if I can comprehend all 18,000 characters at once. Immediately after that, he decided to go big once more. System. Use 100 enlightenments. No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful aura of internal energy instantly appeared around his body. Lines of characters kept emerging, and he began to study them. Enhu Yern, standing beside him, was secretly astonished. So this is the legendary celestial body cultivation. Those lines of text rose into the air, only to shatter right after. Not only that, but as they fell, every single one was absorbed into his body. B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C sighed in admiration. As expected, the celestial body is truly wondrous. It seems each character contains endless profundity. At that moment, Enhu Yern couldn't help but tease. Elder Th letter 1EA1CH cultivated the celestial body and ruined his own genius aptitude, becoming a laughingstock. She sneered lightly. This B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C is still cultivating the celestial body. What is he thinking? Ignoring Enhu Yern, he said again, System, use another 100 enlightenments, but silently thought to himself, 100 enlightenments still aren't enough. She stood aside, speaking non-stop. I heard the celestial body contains 18,000 characters. Since ancient times, the most anyone has comprehended is 9,000. No one has ever surpassed 10,000. Now Enhu Yern also felt a bit worried with B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C's aptitude. If he cultivates the celestial body, wouldn't he become another Elder Th letter 1EA1CH? But right then, from within his body, a surge of energy burst out violently. Even someone as skilled as Enhu Yern felt uneasy. She was startled and stepped several paces back. What is this? After regaining her composure, she was shocked. Such terrifying aura. Yet B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C is clearly only at the divine bridge realm. She questioned herself, can comprehending the celestial body alone produce such an aura? Could it be the celestial attainment he achieved? At this moment, above B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C's head appeared a muscular figure radiating immortal energy without end. Enhu Yern was so astonished that her mouth fell open. What is this? Why has a human-shaped Dharma image appeared? She muttered to herself, I've never heard that cultivating the celestial body could produce a Dharma image. Could it be he has broken through the limit of comprehended celestial characters? These things left Enhu Yern utterly stunned. Impossible. No one has ever done this since ancient times, and B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C has only cultivated for a few years. Then, pointing at him, she couldn't help but ask, B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C, how many celestial characters have you comprehended already? At her question, he calmly replied, not many. She felt secretly pleased. What she saw matched her guess. The number of celestial characters he grasped wasn't much. Immediately after, B letter 1EA1CH letter 1EB7C calmly continued, just reached 10,000. Hearing this, Enhu Yern couldn't help but be stunned, her whole body as if struck by lightning. What? Looking toward Bok Mak, she blankly spoke. Say that again. How many characters? Inwardly Enhu Yern screamed, I must have heard wrong. Immediately after, Bok Mak pronounced each word clearly, then loudly repeated once more, 11,000 characters. Enhu Yern asked in surprise, are you joking with me? Just now you said 10,000 characters, now it's 11,000. He looked at her with amusement and replied, just now was just now. When you said that sentence, I comprehended again. Now it's 12,000 characters. Hearing that, Enhu Yern for a moment couldn't utter a word, only stared blankly at him. Inside Enhu Yern's heart burned with fury. Crazy, crazy, how could this be? This Bok Mak is insane. Now he continued to count numbers that kept increasing. 13,000 characters, 14,000 characters, 15,000 characters. And of course, it didn't stop there. He continued to use his system, continue comprehension. On that clone's body, the characters were deeply etched into the muscles, while on this side Bok-Mak kept counting non-stop. 16,000 characters, 17,000 characters. Watching, Nhu Yen was startled, golden body shining with immortal script. Could it be he truly comprehended? Ignoring her words, he joyfully comprehended those numbers of characters, 17,800, 17,900 characters. The greater the number grew, the more excited Bok-Mak became. Almost there, almost completed comprehension of 18,000 characters. After a short while, Nhu Yen couldn't endure it any longer and knelt down in shock. The aura emitted by Bok-Mak grew stronger and stronger. I can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, he was slowly standing up, still counting aloud, 17,990, 17,998, 17,999 characters. After another moment, Bok-Mak straightened his back resolutely and shouted loudly, "Break for me." At this moment, Nhu Yen was so startled that sweat broke out uncontrollably on her forehead. Completely comprehended already, 18,000 immortal scripts. Immediately afterward, at last he couldn't endure it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. He too couldn't withstand the impact of this enlightenment. Bok-Mak simultaneously collapsed to the ground. That other body gradually dissipated, the stream of power continuously flowing toward him. Seeing this, Nhu Yen was astonished. She gaped and observed for a long while. "This is..." Hurriedly running over to him, Nhu Yen asked, "Bok-Mak, what is going on? Have you successfully comprehended?" Sitting up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bok-Mak calmly replied, "Not yet, still missing one final character." Hearing his words, she still couldn't understand and asked, "Only missing one final character, why?" In response to these doubts, Bok-Mak calmly answered, "Already used up the number of enlightenment chances." But of course Nhu Yen didn't understand what he meant. She immediately asked again, "Number of enlightenment chances, what is that?" B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C didn't answer. He walked while feeling surprised. He hadn't expected that after gaining such a large number of enlightenment chances, they had already all been consumed. Falling into thought, he pondered, the last character isn't that simple. Perhaps it requires more enlightenment chances. Watching his fading back, Nhu Yen thought to herself, B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C. I thought he was simple, but he is not simple at all. Holding something in her hand, Nhu Yen began planning for the long term. This B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C brat has the potential to fully achieve the first stage of the celestial body. This boy is extraordinary. He needs to be observed further. She looked at that item with smugness. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C. Do you think that by taking me as your maid you've already won? Nhu Yen spoke to herself. Don't you know the hunter always relies on the way the prey appears? The scene shifted to another place, where a disciple was beaten until he bled and was trembling. Senior Brother Lam, it's not that I didn't speak. Regarding the Killin's secret realm, the sect has repeatedly emphasized that it must not be revealed outside. He answered with difficulty, if the sect finds out, I'll be expelled from Thon Huy letter 1EC1N sect. But right after that, Lam Fong angrily stomped and broke one of the man's legs. He then asked again, have you ever thought that by not speaking, what's more serious than being expelled from the sect? Finally, that junior brother could no longer endure the pain. I'll tell you, it was B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C. B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C killed senior brother Lam Enhan. Lam Fong, furious, growled, as expected, my younger brother was killed by him. Hearing this, he couldn't contain the rage in his heart and turned away. And he even lied to me, now I'll go kill him. At that moment, another person stepped forward to report, senior brother Lam. Lately B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C has been the center of attention of the Spirit Pavilion. Many people are interested in him. It may not be convenient to strike. Hearing that, which seemed reasonable, Lam Fong turned back and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" That junior maliciously replied, "The Six Devils tournament is about to begin. Senior brother Lam can justly cripple him." Even as soon as Lam Fong heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The Six Devils tournament, truly a great opportunity. Meanwhile, B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C and N Hu Yarn were strolling around, listening for news. As soon as he saw two fellow disciples, he happily greeted, "Hello everyone." But in response to that warmth, one of them snapped angrily, "This is B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C, the one who forced senior sister Dawn to be his maid." The one beside him also angrily added, "It's him, that shameless one. If it weren't that I couldn't beat him, I would have already taught him a lesson." Seeing his reaction, En Hu Yarn couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C smiled brightly and replied, "Nothing. It's just that the weather is nice today, so I came out for a walk." In truth, he had another plan right now. The rate of gaining enlightenment chances was a bit slow. Many people no longer felt jealous of me. Why is that? Moving further ahead, two others looked at him with admiration. "Look, senior brother B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C has arrived." They smiled flatteringly. Senior brother B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C is truly talented. No wonder he's the man who made senior sister Dawn submit. He's our model, and one admiration point was added. He was secretly startled. So jealousy had turned into admiration sometimes. Being too outstanding isn't good either. At that moment, from the sky, B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C noticed a golden horse flying among the clouds. The disciples looked on in awe, astonished. Such strong presence, who is that? As soon as she saw the creature, En Hu Yarn immediately recognized it and explained, "It's TR letter 1A7N Tai HUY letter 1EC1N. Hearing that, B letter 1EA1CH M letter 1EB7C couldn't hide his curiosity. He repeated those three words, TR letter 1A7N Tai HUY letter 1EC1N. The one standing on it, radiating powerful energy, was none other than TR letter 1A7N Tai HUY letter 1EC1N of Thon HUY letter 1EC1N sect. Everyone finally recognized him. It's TR letter 1EA7N Tai HUY letter 1EC1N, senior brother TR letter 1EA7N, the number one prodigy of Thon HUY letter 1EC1N sect. TR letter 1EA7N Tai HUY letter 1EC1N. To think we'd meet him in person today. Greetings, senior brother TR letter 1EA7N. Now Bok Mak recalled, this person's status was extremely high. Young masters from noble families like Vuong Dang and Lai Muk simply could not compare to him. Nhu Yen quickly reminded, "Bok Mak, I know you have your pride, but do not conflict with Tran Tai Hien now." Hearing her say that he was somewhat surprised, "Does he want to cause trouble for me?" No sooner had the words fallen than Tai Hien immediately looked toward him. "You are Bok Mak." To this question of his, Bok Mak once again calmly answered, "It is me." Tai Hien said little, only stared at him and could not help but praise, "You, quite good." At these words, Bok Mak instead smiled brightly. What did he mean, praising me? Nhu Yen showed disdain at his assessment. She waved her hand and said, "Not really." Tai Hien standing above continued, "But you should learn to restrain yourself. The road is still long. A true prodigy must know when to advance and when to retreat. Hide your talent, understand?" To these words, he not only did not feel grateful but scornfully replied, "Are you teaching me how to act?" Tai Hien frowned. He gritted his voice, "I am not teaching you how to act. Rather I am admonishing you," and at the same time, Tai Hien's words carried great suppressive pressure. Bok Mak of course was unprepared. Now he was immediately forced to buckle to his knees by that power. His whole body trembled, sweat on his brow could not help but pour out, and he angrily thought, "Damn." Tai Hien withdrew that friendly expression of his. Now his eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Kneel down." No sooner had these words fallen than his body involuntarily smashed his head hard onto the ground. Bok Mak tried to lift his head. Too powerful? There was no strength to resist. Tai Hien suddenly challenged, "Bok Mak, if you feel unconvinced, you are quite capable, but you will never compare to me." Seeing the tense situation, Nhu Yen hurriedly spoke, "Senior brother Tran, Bok Mak junior brother is a new disciple. Please go easy." Although oppressed by this momentum himself, he still gritted his teeth and tried to speak loudly. "Tran Tai Hien, I will remember you. Within 3 years I will surely trample you under my feet." He looked at Bok Mak with contempt and said, "3 years, too long. I will give you 1 year." Then Tai Hien left one final line, "If within 1 year you still cannot be my rival, I will kill you." Scene shifts to Qin Thien's side. Therdong standing beside him reminded, "The 6 demons conference is about to begin." Upon hearing this, his expressionless gaze quickly replied, "That is so." Glancing at Qin Thien, Therdong teasingly asked him, "Not worried?" Seemingly not grasping the implication in Therdong's words, Qin Thien immediately turned, "What is there to worry about?" He replied, knowing yet asking, "The son Bok Mak, you are the new prodigy of Than Hien sect." Therdong appeared pensive. "This time will certainly join the 6 demons conference. Not worried he will be killed." Then Qin Thien continued, "I relied on the seed of the celestial clan to enter demonhood and became a demon clan, and until now became a great demon race." Facing Therdong, he declared loudly, "From now on I am of the demon race, sacrificing my life for the demon race." It seemed these words made Therdong very pleased. He smiled smugly, "That is good." No sooner had the two finished speaking than from afar 2 figures were slowly flying over. The 2 before them had extremely strange appearances. The man was named Ngu Ko, and the girl beside him was Duong Sat. Just upon arriving, the 2 of them immediately bowed before the attendant, "Greetings to the Lord." Right after that, he glanced sideways at Qin Thien with a displeased tone, "The great saint is here, why not pay respects?" Niu Ko and Duong Sat, hearing this, immediately turned toward Qin Thien and respectfully said loudly, "Pay respects to the great saint." The attendant then continued, "Let me introduce to you, these 2 are Niu Ko and Duong Sat. According to his words, both have awakened the ancient demonic power, possessing invincible strength among their peers." Qin Thien looked at them and couldn't help but praise, "The appearance of demonic blood in your body, truly not bad." The attendant then instructed, "The 2 of you listen carefully. In this 6-demon grand assembly, your main task is," he coldly commanded his subordinates, "kill the disciple of Saint Hien's sect named Bok Mak." Niu Ko immediately responded, "Rest assured, my lord, I guarantee I will present this person's head to you." Right after that, the attendant turned to ask him, "Lord Bok, if I kill Bok Mak, cutting off completely your final connection with the human race, would that be acceptable?" Yet in contrast, a faint smile appeared on Qin Thien's lips as he replied, "That's fine as well." The attendant, satisfied, continued, "The 4 great holy lands use the 6-demon assembly to temper their sect disciples." He mocked, not realizing that our demon sect also tempers the descendants of the demon race. The scene then shifted back to Kan Hien's sect, where now he was sitting quietly drinking tea. At that moment, Vuong Dang approached, "Bok Mak, the 6-demon grand assembly is about to begin. Do you want to participate?" Bok Mak looked surprised and immediately asked, "What is the 6-demon grand assembly?" Vuong Dang then quickly explained to Bok Mak, "This is the trial of slaughtering demons." He was somewhat astonished, demon race, inwardly thinking, "It seems that father of mine has advanced to great saint of the demon race, holy lands, demon race." Bok Mak suddenly fell into contemplation. The enmity between the 2 sides cannot be reconciled, and even among the holy lands there are irreconcilable conflicts. In his mind, he also had his own thoughts. This great domain always feels too chaotic in its powers. Immediately after, Nhu Yen spoke up, "It's true that the demon race kills people, but it's not entirely one-sided slaughter. The demon race also sends unmatched prodigies to fight us." Pausing briefly, she continued, "But overall speaking, the 4 great holy lands win less and lose more. It's a rare opportunity for tempering." Vuong Dang, full of enthusiasm, looked at Bok Mak. I want to participate. But in contrast, he calmly replied, I will not participate. Nhu Yen quickly speculated, because of your father. But he explained, too dangerous. I, Bok Mak, have low cultivation and ordinary aptitude, cannot compare to those prodigies. I don't dare to take such risks. Hearing his words, for some reason Nhu Yen didn't know how to respond. Vuong Dang pouted and argued back, saying that, don't you feel ashamed? And time passed just like that. 3 days later, Bok Mak, Vuong Dang, and Nhu Yen went together to the competition site. But he felt somewhat disappointed. Now everyone seeing me walking with Don Nhu Yen no longer finds it strange. It's basically very difficult to gain enlightenment chances. Soon after he curiously heard everyone buzzing. Hurry go. People of the chaotic sacred land have arrived. Chaotic sacred land. Why have they come? Heard they came to negotiate the Six Demons Conference, but with ill intent. Bok Mak of course did not miss the fun. Come, go over there and eavesdrop. The one standing in the center was the vice sect master of the chaotic sacred land. Beside him were Man Nhi and Tran Lang Thien. Truong Thien spoke first, to avoid the 4 great sacred lands slaughtering each other. This action will be led by our chaotic sacred land. Holy Lord, any opinion? The Holy Lord also happily replied, Vice Sect Master T, are you informing us or negotiating with our Than Hien sect? Hearing this, he immediately showed displeasure. The Holy Lord's meaning is there are objections. Han Kuk standing beside could not help but shout, Insolent, Vice Sect Master T, we regard you as guests. You must not be disrespectful to the Holy Lord like this. Truong Thien, mouthy, retorted, It's not that I am disrespectful to the Holy Lord. It's just that everyone speaks based on strength. Han Kuk flared with anger. If based on strength, then based on strength, I'll fight you. He contemptuously replied, You, but I disdain you, since your Thatch elder became a cripple. Pausing a bit, Truong Thien added, Than Hien sect never had anything amazing. You still are not worthy. Hearing this, Han Kuk clenched anger to the point of popping veins. How could it be so? At the same time, the Holy Lord spoke to cut off both of them. Wait. Then he continued, Vice Sect Master T, has this been negotiated with the Azure Dragon Sacred Land and the Myriad Immortal Sacred Land? Truong Thien contemptuously replied, choosing the weak to bully. After dealing with Than Hien sect, we will go to those 2 sacred lands. Han Kuk rushed up as if wanting a duel. You dare say that? I? Truong Thien continued, saying again and again, This 6 Demons Conference is a trial of the younger generation. We finally reveal our true faces. If Than Hien sect is not convinced, then dispatch your young disciples to fight. See how it goes. Han Kuk also did not want to lose. Fight then fight. Holy Lord, we do not fear them. The Holy Lord then coldly said, Calm down. Vice Sect Master T just returned first. According to his words, this matter still needs discussion by our Than Hien sect. Truong Thien laughed loudly, saying again and again means the Holy Lord's meaning is you Than Hien sect are scared. The disciples hearing this were indignant, hateful. This chaotic sacred land utterly does not regard our Than Hien sect. Furious, cannot stand it. Han Kuk roared angrily, How dare you insult Than Hien sect? Han Kuk's fist was just thrown, but was easily caught by Truong Thien. You so and still dare to make a move at me. He then disdainfully twisted strongly. The cracking of Han Kuk's joints rang clearly. Truong Thien provoked with cold eyes, Not measuring yourself. If the Holy Lord you intervene, it would be okay. Your elders are not up to it. Over here the Holy Lord had begun to circulate inner force and anger. Vice Sect Master T, do not be too arrogant. This is Than Hien sect. At the same time Lang Thien also spoke. If Than Hien sect is so arrogant, then let one person fight me. Nagging there does not count as having ability. Seeing his disciple speak like that, Truong Thien appeared to scold. Lang Thien, do not be rude. He not only did not restrain himself, but arrogantly replied, Master, I am telling the truth. After that Lang Thien stood before everyone and said, If Saint Hien sect does not dare to fight, only talks about Kung Fu in name, I think the name of Saint Hien sect can be abolished. Now all Saint Hien sect disciples could not help but be angry. Hateful. This guy is more arrogant than deputy sect leader T. Really want to kill him. Immediately after that the other looked toward everyone and loudly said, "My name is Tran Lang Thien. I wish for all the young disciples of Saint Hien sect to be defeated." Everyone had long been inflamed with anger. Hateful. Cannot hold back. Let me fight you. The Holy Lord now had no other choice and said, "Fine, since it has come to this, only a fight can settle it." Watching his people prepare to fight, the Holy Lord was somewhat worried. Only is this chaotic Holy Land prepared to come? Can our Saint Hien sect win? First a disciple came out to fight Lang Thien. "Saint Hien sect's Vuong Sin, please teach me." Lang Thien looked at him with contemptuous eyes. "Attack. I am not interested in your name." This made Vuong Sin furious. "Despise me. I will make you pay." But just after the first move, Lang Thien lightly punched the opponent hard in the face. Thus, Vuong Sin collapsed to the ground with a swollen face. Everyone looked on in shock. Defeated already. One move beat him. Vuong Sin is an elite disciple after all. Now Lang Thien acted arrogantly. "Whoever is a bit stronger step up. Otherwise you only deserve to be a human shield." Truong Thien smugly laughed to provoke further. "Not bad. My disciple Tran Lang Thien's talent is not bad." Then he added, "Saint Hien sect, you better send out stronger disciples. Otherwise one by one being crippled is not good." Man Nhi standing behind was also extremely smug. "Saint Hien sect is only at this level. Weren't you all so proud in the Kilin divine realm before?" At the same time another person also stepped up to challenge Lang Thien. "Let me." He channeled inner force, then proudly, "What are you doing? Itching for a fight, right?" Immediately that attack strongly struck toward the one who had just rushed up. Everyone was gradually losing hope, lost again, moreover lost in one move. Tran Lang Thien basically has not used full power. Looking at the person in front, he became even more arrogant. "Still want to step up to bring humiliation upon yourself." Man Nhi on one side added, "Call that Bok Mak up. Today senior brother Tran will break his 2 legs. Below Nhu Yen felt interested and said to him, "Someone called your name specifically. Do you want to go out and fight?" Yet he casually replied, "I am not stupid. I will not go out." Looking at Tran Lang Thien, I can see he is not easy to mess with. Lang Thien immediately shouted, "Bok Mak, get out here. In the Kilin secret realm you bullied my junior sister Man Nhi. Today I especially came for you." Thieu Long standing beside was indignant. "Bok Mak is a newly entered disciple. You bully him, then what kind of ability can that be considered?" He introduced himself. "Ngo Thieu Long, Saint Hien sect, entered 10 years ago. Barely can be considered as a once young disciple." Seeing Thieu Long step forward, everyone discussed. "This Ngo senior brother I have heard of before." That year when he entered the sect also made people quite surprised. On the side of Saint Hien sect there was a bit more hope. These years' hiding skills, cultivation improved not little. Ngo senior brother defeat this person. Lang Thien showed disdain for him, said, "No need so many words, start." Immediately, Thieu Long then channeled internal force, looking at the opponent full of anger. Fire explosion fist. After speaking, he without any restraint directly charged forward, attacking head-on. "Die for me." Both fists simultaneously impacted each other. A loud noise followed and echoed. After this move, both people were blown far away a long distance. Although that, but Lang Thien still complacent. Finally also one who barely pleasing to the eye. Not disabled by my one move. Of course unwilling to lose, Thieu Long once again rushed up. But his punch was caught by Lang Thien, and just like that he easily grabbed the other hand. After a moment, Lang Thien again subdued Thieu Long, and now his arm was twisted backward. It can be said now, one arm of Thieu Long was broken. The pain transmitted made him unable to endure and kneel down to the ground. Not stopping there, Lang Thien even played dirty to the point he immediately stepped forward. That foot fiercely kicked into Thieu Long's lower part. Right after this attack, Thieu Long completely lay powerless on the ground. Seeing this scene, now all Saint Haiyan sect disciples did not dare breathe heavily. The Holy Lord on one side was also anxious for his sect's disciple. He quickly shouted to stop, stop. Immediately after that the Holy Lord ordered, someone, take Ngo Long down for treatment. The elders behind were in uproar. Oh, if continuing like this is not a way, continue like this. Surely Saint Haiyan sect will lose, in the end won't be forced to agree with the condition of Chaos Holy Land. Seeing Thieu Long being carried away by two people, Lang Thien smugly mocked, disciple entered 10 years only this much. Not stopping there, he pointed his thumb down to the ground. I can only say, disciples of Saint Haiyan sect are even weaker than I imagine. Truly trash. Everyone now could only stand cursing from afar, not daring to do anything. Hateful, I cannot keep watching. Saint Haiyan sect has no one who can stand out to stop him. Difficult that, Ngo Thieu Long senior brother easily defeated like that. Others probably. A disciple among them helplessly spoke. This is the gap between Saint Haiyan sect and the other 3 holy lands. Nhu Yen angrily asked him, you still can continue standing watching. If not for I have entered the sect more than 10 years, I would have taught this person a lesson already. Before these words of her, Bok Mak calmly replied, indeed, cannot keep watching. Lang Thien immediately after was very proud. He loudly challenged, is there anyone else? Immediately after he loudly began to say, I, the words had not yet escaped his mouth before they were cut off. Van Khoi came up from below, and then she angrily looked at the opponent. Don't be arrogant, let me deal with you. Everyone was stirred into an uproar again. It's Nhak Van Khoi, Sister Nhak. Sister Nhak's aptitude is unparalleled. Before the first elder was demoted, she was the first elder's direct disciple. Perhaps she has the power for a single decisive fight. Seeing the girl before him, Bok Mak silently admired. Van Khoi's cultivation has risen quite a bit. After speaking, she stepped forward politely. Nhak Van Khoi, please teach me. Van Khoi secretly calculated. This time after my closed-door seclusion, my cultivation broke through to the divine sea realm. I want to spar to compare heights with Bok Mak and teach him a lesson. Staring at Lang Thien, she looked helpless. It seems I must defeat this person first. Yet he mocked. Does Saint Haiyan sect no longer have men, sending up a woman? Van Khoi frowned and shouted, stop underestimating women. If you have the ability, then defeat me. As soon as she finished, Lang Thien immediately charged. Then I will let you know the distance between us. On this side, Van Khoi of course did not let herself be passive. She also gritted her teeth and charged. 2 fists collided. A colossal force threw up gale winds everywhere. Once again, both were hurled far apart. Now they kept their distance. Lang Thien contemptuously evaluated the opponent. Cultivation not bad. Finally someone can withstand 2 of my moves. Saying that, he charged again. However, it was only like that. Still trash. Faced with this attack, Van Khoi flinched. She was stunned. What? But by the time she managed to recover, Van Khoi had been kicked flying. Getting to her feet, Van Khoi felt the pain and immediately put a hand to rub her chest. Immediately after, Van Khoi could not help but ask in surprise, what kind of speed is this? Lang Thien smugly raised his tone to challenge, indeed still underestimating. Give her one final chance to strike. Quickly drawing her weapon, she looked at the opponent and shouted, arrogant one, I will use the blade in my hand to chop you. Having said that, she immediately dashed toward him to deliver a finishing blow. But he moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the strike. The sword in Van Khoi's hand was even snatched away, leaving her astonished. What? Looking at Van Khoi, Lang Thien smiled with contempt. Raising the blade, he nonchalantly said, I will give you a cut in return. Van Khoi's face became grave. She cried out in distress, it's over, I can't dodge it. Man Nhi watched with delight. A woman who doesn't know her limits deserved to die. Seeing the blade begin its attack toward her, Van Khoi could only feel helpless. It's over. Fortunately for her, Bok M1EB7C at this moment stepped forward and smashed the sword, successfully acting the hero to save the beauty. Lang Thien was extremely surprised. He did not expect that there would now be someone brave enough to rush up. Immediately after, Lang Thiern instantly leapt back to keep a safe distance. Looking at Bach M1EB7C, he immediately frowned and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Not bothering to answer him, he turned to look at Van KH1EDFI, NH1EA1C Su T1EF7. My action was still timely, right? She irritably replied, "Very timely. Just why did you break my weapon?" He scratched his head with a wry smile. Of course I, Bach M1EB7C, a peerless figure with unsurpassed talent, could not control the force. Right after that, Bach M1EB7C casually continued, "You can't beat TR1EA7N Lang Thiern. I certainly have no problem." She then retreated to one side and snorted coldly, "You try then," but now the jealousy points increased by 2. Over here, Lang Thiern lost patience and pointed at his face. "Brat, I'm asking you, who are you?" Faced with this opponent, Bach M1EB7C arrogantly retorted, "Ask my name. Are you worthy?" Not expecting him to be so arrogant, Lang Thiern was momentarily so angry he could not speak. "You." M1EA1N NHI standing beside quickly said aloud, "Senior, this person is Bach M1EB7C. Then M1EA1N NHI looked at him. "Bach M1EB7C, you finally dare come out. All of you in Than HUY (1EC1N Tong are trash. You are the same. Today I will surely drain your blood here." Bach M1EB7C gestured her over with a mocking smile. "TR1EA7N M1EA1N NHI, come here, fight around." M1EA1N NHI exclaimed loudly, "It isn't me who will fight you, it's my senior brother." Immediately he made a disdainful gesture and waved aside. "Not you. Then what are you shouting? Get out of the way." M1EA1N NHI angrily yelled, "You insult me, hateful, senior. Tear this one's mouth for me." Immediately, Bach M1EB7C ran quickly toward M1EA1N NHI, making her startled. "You?" Looking at the opponent, Bach M1EB7C's face turned dark. He coldly asked, "Who told you to be loquacious?" As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hold back and slapped her hard, and M1EA1N NHI was thus sent flying. The disciples cheered with delight, righteous anger. Bach M1EB7C's might, "We have endured enough, deserves to be hit." M1EA1N NHI bitterly held her swollen face and cried, "Senior." Then she said to Lang Thiern, "He is so ostentatious, yet dares to hit me in front of you." TR1BZO1EDDNG Thiern roared angrily, "Insolent, too insolent, Lang Thiern, do not spare this one." Lang Thiern was also furious. "Bach M1EB7C, you are truly audacious. Today I will not let you off." Channeling inner strength, he said nothing further, only coldly looked at his opponent and briefly, "Fight." Lang Thiern then bellowed, not measuring himself, "I will break your tendons and bones." Thus the two rushed at each other, two oppressive energies making onlookers gasp. But instead of being thrown away as everyone expected, now Bach M1EB7C had knocked Lang Thiern flying. Elder T1EC1, M1EA1N NHI standing to one side were all startled in shock. "What, this?" Thrusting his thumb down to the ground, Bach M1EB7C arrogantly mocked, "Is that all? Chaotic sacred land, trash." The Holy Lord standing to one side now wore an unprecedented bright smile and continuously praised him. "Well done, Brat Bach M1EB7C, brave." Quickly standing up, Lang Thiern was furious. "You have successfully angered me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Thiern channeled inner force. Gale winds swept in, causing all the disciples to be terrified. Facing this fury, Bach Mac still calmly replied, "So what if I provoked you? What are you?" Lang Thiern now roared loudly, "Unforgivable, Thunder King body." Everyone looked on in fear. "The power is too strong. Is this the Thunder King body, a special physique ranked extremely high among royal physiques?" One disciple kept trembling and warned him, "Bach Mac, be careful." On this side, Lang Thiern's followers continuously taunted him, "Cut him down for us." Once again, Hansi letter 1EF1C looked at him so calmly that he could not help but fearfully remind Bok Mak, be careful. And so that power straightly slashed heavily at Bok Mak. He now stood before that lightning bolt looking extremely dangerous. Lang Thien showed obvious delight. Hit him. The end for this Bok Mak will be that not even his bones remain. But through the dust, he calmly asked him again, what the hell are you thinking? Lang Thien looked surprised and exclaimed, what, you again, unharmed? Hansi letter 1EF1C standing nearby also rejoiced secretly. Luckily, this brat is fine. And Hu Yen also full of pride. I knew it. This guy will not be easily defeated. At the same time Lang Thien gathered inner force. If so then I, Tran Lang Thien, will make you taste a grand strike. But very quickly, Bok Mak punched him once causing the opponent to be hurled away. Unable to defend against that attack, Lang Thien nearly fell over. Looking at the opponent before him he could not believe it. Damn, Thunder King body, firepower fully unleashed. Immediately, he did not give the opponent a chance to rebut. He quickly advanced to strike again. Truong Thien smugly thought, the Thunder King body's specialty is speed. Now there is no chance to use the grand strike. Lang Thien clambered to his feet unwilling to accept being suppressed by this brat. How could this be? Once more channeling inner force, Lang Thien said, you have thoroughly angered me. 9 heavens profound thunder protection. Regardless of his words, Bok Mak swiftly leapt forward to strike. Seeing the opponent still able to resist, he sneered, then this is still somewhat interesting. Lang Thien on the contrary was thoroughly pleased. Brat, turn to dust. 9 heavens profound thunder, explode for me. As soon as he finished speaking, from the sky, thunder began to condense again. Man Nhi watched delightedly. Die, Bok Mak, you die for me. I don't believe you can dodge the killing move 9 heavens profound thunder. Truong Thien's eyes were eager to see the show. Brat, the strongest move of the Thunder King body. You trash of St. Hien sect cannot stop it. Right after that, Lang Thien shouted loudly toward Bok Mak, die. Fortunately for her, Bok M letter 1EB7C at this moment stepped forward and smashed that sword, successfully playing the hero to save the beauty. Lang Thien was extremely surprised. He did not expect that now there would be someone brave enough to rush up. Immediately after, Lang Thien instantly flew back to keep a safe distance. Looking at Bok M letter 1EB7C, he immediately frowned and shouted loudly, who are you? Not bothering to answer him, he turned to look at Van KH letter 1EDFI, NH letter 1EA1C Su T letter 1EF7. My action was still timely, right? She irritably replied, very timely, only why did you break my weapon? He scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Of course I, Bok M letter 1EB7C, the unparalleled figure with unsurpassed talent, could not control the force. Right after that Bok M letter 1EB7C calmly continued, you cannot beat TR letter 1EA7N Lang Thien. I certainly have no problem. She then retreated to one side and snorted coldly. You try. But now the jealousy points were added by 2. Over here, Lang Thien lost patience and pointed at his face. Brat, I'm asking you, who are you? Faced with this opponent, Bok M letter 1EB7C arrogantly asked back, ask my name, are you worthy? Not expecting him to be so arrogant, Lang Thien for a moment was so angry he could not speak. You. M letter 1EA1N NHI standing beside quickly said loudly, Senior, this person is Bok M letter 1EB7C. Then M letter 1EA1N NHI looked toward him. Bok M letter 1EB7C, you finally dare to come out. All of you in Thon HUY letter 1EC1N Tong are trash. You are no different. Today I will surely drain your blood here. Bok M letter 1EB7C beckoned her over with a mocking smile. TR letter 1EA7N M letter 1EA1N NHI, come here, fight a round. M letter 1EA1N NHI exclaimed, it is not me who will fight you. It is my senior brother. Immediately he made a disdainful gesture and waved aside. Not you. Then what are you yelling? Get out of the way. M letter 1EA1N NHI angrily yelled. You insult me. Hateful. Senior, tear this one's mouth for me. Immediately, Bok M1EB7C ran quickly toward M1EA1N making her startle. You. Looking at the opponent, Bok M1EB7C's face turned dark. He coldly asked, "Who told you to be loquacious?" As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hold back and slapped her hard, and M1EA1N was thus sent flying. The disciples cheered with delight, righteously angry. Bok M1EB7C's martial might, we have endured enough, deserves to be hit. M1EA1N bitterly held her swollen face and cried, "Senior." Then she said to Lang Thiern, "He is so ostentatious, yet dares to hit me in front of you." Tr1BZO1EDDNG Thiern roared angrily, "Insolent, too insolent, Lang Thiern, do not spare this one." Lang Thiern was also furious. Bok M1EB7C, you are truly audacious. Today I will not let you off. Channeling inner force, he said nothing further, only coldly looked at his opponent and briefly, "Fight." Lang Thiern then bellowed, not measuring himself, "I will break your tendons and bones." Thus the two rushed at each other, two oppressive energies making onlookers gasp. But instead of being thrown away as everyone expected, now Bok M1EB7C had knocked Lang Thiern flying. Elder T1EC1, M1EA1N standing to one side were all startled in shock. "What, this?" Thrusting his thumb down to the ground, Bok M1EB7C arrogantly mocked. "Is that all? Chaotic sacred land, trash." The Holy Lord standing to one side now wore an unprecedented bright smile and continuously praised him. "Well done, Brat Bok M1EB7C, brave." Quickly standing up, Lang Thiern was furious. "You have successfully angered me." Hearing that was like a thunderclap to his ears, Lang Thiern unwillingly asked again, "What?" Truong Thien felt guilty. All blame lies with this master. I underestimated Saint Hien sect. Originally wanted to use this opportunity to make the name of the four great holy lands resound. Never thought that. Lang Thiern was so furious that his whole body trembled. "Master, I ask for nothing else. I must flay that Bok Mak alive." He struggled to sit up and shouted, "This man humiliated me like this. I want his head." Man Nhi beside him followed up. "Right, Bok Mak completely does not put our Han Don holy land in his eyes." Pausing a little, she continued, "Moreover, he has great potential. Absolutely cannot let him grow." Hearing his two disciples speak like that, the deputy elder also added, "Rest assured, after I return I will plan to eliminate him. Guarantee he will not live more than 3 months. I will surely destroy him." At that moment, a voice rang out, "None of you can destroy him." As soon as Truong Thien heard that, he became alert, shouting loudly, "Who?" From afar, a tall figure swiftly appeared before everyone. Truong Thien looked at the other party and quickly asked, "Who are you?" Unexpectedly, the newcomer was precisely someone from Saint Hien sect, Tran Tai Hien. Man Nhi quickly recognized him. Tran Tai Hien, the #1 prodigy of Saint Hien sect at present. She was shocked. After Bok Kin Thien, he is the one most likely to restore Saint Hien sect. Truong Thien stepped forward and said, "Brat, I don't care what rank of prodigy you are. Disciples of Saint Hien sect in the eyes of Truong Thien are not worth mentioning." The next moment his face darkened, and he angrily shouted, "Now get lost at once." Tai Hien, however, calmly replied, "The matter is not over. I cannot leave." Hearing that, Truong Thien frowned angrily and asked again, "What do you want to do?" Hearing his question, Tai Hien just calmly said 2 words, "Kill you." Truong Thien seemed to be hearing a joke. He could not help but laugh loudly. "Kill me, what are you?" Then he added, "If those words were spoken by your sect master, perhaps still acceptable, you, worthy." That Tai Hien drew his weapon and slowly said, "I have one sword that can kill those I hate." Finishing his words, he immediately held his sword and charged straight toward Truong Thien. In his eyes, what he saw was only a junior. Truong Thien carried disdain, overestimating himself. Both immediately struck toward each other, but it seemed that Truong Thien had been heavily slashed by Tai Hien. Seeing the situation before him, Lang Thien could not help but shout anxiously, "Master, Man NHI was startled. The sword was so fast, simply impossible to see how he struck. Truong Thien looked back in shock. You actually possess such battle power. Now he appeared intrigued. Good, St. Hyen's sect produced one Bok Mak. Never thought there is yet another person who can astonish others. Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N said nothing. He just directly grabbed the sword and charged again. Now, TR letter 1BO letter 1 EDDNG Thiern channeled his inner force, preparing to deliver a finishing strike toward the opponent. While feeling extremely pleased with himself, Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N's sword slashed straight at TR letter 1BO letter 1 EDDNG Thiern's neck before he could react. Fresh blood from the nerves in his neck immediately spurted out. TR letter 1BO letter 1 EDDNG Thiern's face paled as he hurriedly covered it with his hands. But it seemed he was completely too late. He collapsed to the ground, both hands still clutching his neck to stop the bleeding. After a moment, TR letter 1BO letter 1 EDDNG Thiern quickly lay face down on the ground, completely motionless. Just like that, he had died, not even having time to close his eyes, startling the two disciples. Quickly sheathing the sword, Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N's face now looked no different from a demon from hell. Looking back at Lang Thiern and M letter 1 EA1N NHI, he said coldly, "And the two of you." Facing such a powerful opponent, she quickly raised both hands flustered. Don't kill us." Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N feigned indifference. "Leave, you two are too weak, I spare your lives." Before leaving, he also left a statement. "Return and tell everyone in the chaotic sacred land. I, TR letter 1 EA7N Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N, am the guardian of Thon Huy letter 1 EC1N Tong." Looking at TR letter 1BO letter 1 EDDNG Thiern's corpse in front of him, Lang Thiern was terrified. TR letter 1 EA7N Tai Huy letter 1 EC1N is truly terrifying. Not only did I lose in combat, the master is dead too. M letter 1 EA1N NHI helplessly collapsed to the ground. Why is it like this? Thon Huy letter 1 EC1N Tong is so small. She could not have imagined, nearly losing all the sacred land's reputation, how Thon Huy letter 1 EC1N Tong could become so formidable. Switching scene to Thon Huy letter 1 EC1N Tong, Van KH letter 1 EDF I went ahead with a mind full of thoughts. Bok M letter 1 EB7C is getting more and more powerful. This time I want to break through. She had successfully added a point of jealousy to him. Glancing at Van KH letter 1 EDF I again irritated. Didn't expect him to be so far ahead. At the same time, Bok M letter 1 EB7C looked at Van KH letter 1 EDFI and then called out loudly, NH letter 1 EA1C Su T letter 1 EF7. Upon hearing him call her name, Van KH letter 1 EDF I disdainfully narrowed her eyes and asked, "What is it?" He continued, NH letter 1 EA1C Su T letter 1 EF7. I also consider that I once saved you. Can't you smile at me? Bok M letter 1 EB7C appeared aggrieved. If not smiling, at least be gentle. A kind expression, okay? Van KH letter 1 EDF I instead shouted, "Nonsense. I will not be gentle with the son of the great Saint Demon sect." Bok M letter 1 EB7C now repeated his earlier words in the K letter 1 EF3 land secret realm. Then I'll say directly, last time you said, after leaving the K letter 1 EF3 land secret realm, you would tell me why you hated me. Now can you tell me? Van KH letter 1 EDF I quickly replied, very simple. It is because your father, B letter 1 EA1CH Kin Thiern, betrayed humanity and joined the demon sect. Bok M letter 1 EB7C added, it's not that simple, right? Initially you hated me. It seems you have a grudge against my father. Van KH letter 1 EDF I quickly responded, in the future I will not hate you anymore. You don't need to worry about this. Then she quickly turned away thinking, although Bok M letter 1 EB7C makes people angry, he is still considered righteous. This matter has nothing to do with Bok M letter 1 EB7C. No need to entangle with him in the future. The scene shifted to Bok Kin Thien, and now above his head there was a very eerie black hole. Kin Thien began to calculate. Time is running out. This Tao gate has finally been opened. A chaotic and brutal world is about to descend. At the same time, someone approached from afar. Lord Bok, why are you free to be here? Qin Thien replied, nothing. Before being conferred great saint of the demon race, I am not qualified to ascend Bat Chu Mountain's peak. Pausing, he continued, today I specially came to admire. The attendant then added, Bok Qin Thien, you can see through all things. I can also see through you. He issued a warning, I hope you truly join the demon race. Together create a great undertaking never before seen. Qin Thien replied, if not for the great career, I would not stand behind the human race being spat upon by 10,000 people. The attendant was pleased, very good, what 4 great holy lands, merely a shield pushed aside. Then he promised, when we officially attack a larger world, that will be where the demon race aims. The scene shifted to Bok Mak. He was concentrating on studying a book. This is the saint-level cultivation technique I obtained from the Spirit Pavilion, according to Saint Haiyan sect records. From his understanding, no one has yet summoned a technique of this level, not sure what is special about this technique. This made him even more curious. Use one enlightenment chance multiple times. Immediately the book before him emitted a plentiful source of power. Bok Mak was pleased. There is a reaction. It seems although it is a saint-level technique, the difficulty is not great. He quickly seized the opportunity to fully learn the powers in that book. Time passed. After a while Bok Mak had nearly finished reading. He opened his eyes and said, this saint-level technique simply increases blessings. If I am using any kind of technique. According to his calculation, attack is 10. After the saint-level technique increases blessings, it becomes 20. Besides attack, other aspects are also increased. Slowly standing up, Bok Mak could not help but say, this world indeed has such wondrous techniques. Why have I never heard of this before? At that moment the system appeared before him. The 72 ND generation Holy Lord of Saint Haiyan sect created this formula. Although the effect is not large, disciples interested in learning this technique can gain some insight, which is also excellent. Bok Mak was slightly surprised. The 72 ND generation Holy Lord of Saint Haiyan sect, Zheng Wuyi. He repeated this information in his head. Saint Haiyan sect has a 72nd Holy Lord called Zheng Wuyi. Bok Mak wondered why he did not remember. Is it because his knowledge of Saint Haiyan sect is too little? He then asked, this saint-level technique can generate increased blessings for cultivators. You said its effect is not large. Bok Mak wondered, is this person pretending? In a fight, a small mistake can lead to death. He looked at the system panel and began to calculate. A 20% blessing increase actually has great effect. Used well, it can absolutely produce a comeback effect. At the same time, Elder Thatch suddenly appeared, making Bok Mak surprised. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bok Mak quickly asked, Master, why have you come here? He immediately replied, I came to find you. Regarding the 6 Demon Grand Assembly, do you want to participate? Bai Mo honestly replied, to tell the truth, I don't really want to. There's nothing good about it, and I still have to fight with others. The elder smiled kindly, stroking his beard, and said to his disciple, you should think more openly. Every time the 6 Demon Assembly is held, all are young geniuses who gain a great deal of experience. According to Elder Shi, the opportunity to train oneself is something everyone fights to obtain. Immediately after, Bai Mo directly asked, Master, you want me to go? Elder Shi then sincerely said, if I had not seen your performance in the Kilin Secret Realm, I would never have recommended you go. After all, every time the 6 Demon Assembly is held, casualties are tragic. Pausing for a moment, he continued, with your performance in the Kilin Secret Realm, at the 6 Demon Assembly you should have no problem protecting yourself. Bai Mo was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask again, Master, you came specifically for me to go. Is there something special about the 6 Demon Assembly? Immediately afterward, Elder Shi's expression also became difficult to read. Bai Mo, what do you understand about this continent? He pondered and said, this continent, as I know it, this continent's east and west sides are both the endless sea. Based on his own understanding, Bai Mo explained, The north and south are divided by the 10,000 fathom mountains. The southern climate is mild, suitable for human habitation. Thus the 4 great holy lands lead the righteous sects. His expression also became somewhat complicated. The northern side is cold and harsh. It is the place where the demon race breeds. Bai Mo kept rambling. For thousands of years, the righteous and demon races have fought continuously. The great situation remains in balance. This is my understanding of this continent. Hearing this, Elder Shi replied with satisfaction. Not wrong, what you said is correct. The Far East is blocked by the Endless Sea and the 10,000 fathom mountains, forming 2 extremely closed continents. He also added, our righteous path. Apart from the 4 great holy lands, other forces are hardly worth mentioning, including imperial clans, royal families, and the marquis mansions. Elder Shi carefully explained further. It was only because their ancestors once produced great figures that they enjoyed fame, but today they have long declined and become nothing. After hearing him speak for a while, Bai Mo felt uneasy. Master, why are you suddenly telling me all this? Elder Shi then asked, are you not curious what lies at the end of the Endless Sea? What lies opposite the 10,000 fathom mountains? Bai Mo suddenly recalled, at the end of the Endless Sea, opposite the 10,000 fathom mountains. Immediately he guessed, Master, could it be that there are humans living on the opposite side? But facing this question, Elder Shi showed an embarrassed expression. I don't know. He then explained, this is exactly the reason I want you to participate in the 6 Demon Assembly. Perhaps you can discover some clues there. Bai Mo immediately agreed. Since Master has said so, I am interested. I will participate in this 6 Demon Assembly. Time passed like that. 3 days later, now everyone was on a large ship. The Holy Lord stood above and spoke loudly. For thousands of years, humans and demons have been constantly at war. The 4 great holy lands have been the backbone of resistance against the demon race. His words carried an extremely firm tone. Pausing for a moment, his words carried deep sorrow. Our Sanxuan sect once stood at the top of the 4 great holy lands. In opposition to the demon race, countless geniuses were sacrificed. This led to Sanxuan sect's continuous decline, surpassed by the other 3 holy lands. Now, the Holy Lord firmly declared, today the 6 Demon Assembly opens again. Most of our Sanxuan sect's disciples have registered to participate. They have all done well, no need for many words. Aside from killing many demons, do your best to survive and return. Though there were no words of affection, every sentence the Holy Lord spoke carried deep concern for those of his sect. After a series of announcements had been made, the Holy Lord waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Depart!" And in just a short while, that ship had already quickly soared into the sky. Standing and looking around, Bok Mak spoke. Is the location of the 6 Demon Grand Assembly that far away, that we have to use a flying corpse ship to go there? Nhu Yen beside him replied, the 6 Demon Grand Assembly lies at the border between the human race and the demon race, in an abandoned ancient city. Not only that, she also added, the 6 Demon Grand Assembly is extremely cruel. I fear that this time only very few disciples can survive. Hearing these words from Nhu Yen, he could not help but be surprised. The mortality rate is that high? Hearing that, she refuted, that is already considered not high. There were times when Saint Haiyan sect was completely annihilated. Not a single disciple survived. Pausing for a moment, she continued, that is why every year Saint Haiyan sect recruits a great number of disciples. Bok Mak quickly understood, so that's how it is. Then why still participate in the 6 Demon Grand Assembly? If not joining, would it mean not dying? Vuong Dang, who was standing to the side, frowned. Naive. If no one participates, a large number of demon clans will gather and attack the human strongholds. He glared at him and continued, by that time countless humans will die. All humanity will face extinction. Pausing again, Vuong Dang hesitated. Most importantly, it seemed he wanted to say something but was reluctant. Bok Mak curiously leaned forward and asked loudly, most importantly what? Say it. Nhu Yen cut in, most importantly, Only those who have participated in the 6 Demon Grand Assembly have the qualification to join the Ascension Grand Assembly. Bok Mak still did not understand. Ascension Grand Assembly? Why has another one appeared? What is this Ascension Grand Assembly? Nhu Yen explained further. This relates to the legendary Boundary Realm, a world extremely tempting to others. She patiently said, as far as I know, throughout history those who joined the Ascension Grand Assembly while everyone was talking, the ship had already traveled a great distance. At that moment, Elder Sun stood above and loudly announced, "We have arrived, disciples of Saint Haiyan Sect, hear the order. The 6 Demon Grand Assembly begins." Watching his disciples enter, he could not help but worry. This time who knows how many will survive. Elder Thai also sighed helplessly. There is no other way. This is the destined fate of Saint Haiyan Sect, and also the destined fate of this world. Immediately after, a large ship from the side approached, carrying a rumbling sound that drew both elders' attention. That ship was as grand as Saint Haiyan Sect's, and the ones standing upon it were Qin Thien and the attendant. Elder Thai grew tense. People of the demon race have arrived. Elder Sun looked on in fury. Bok Qin Thien is also at the front, the greatest traitor of the human race. Such a loud commotion also drew everyone's attention below. Bok Mak looked over. That person is... Nhu Yen could not help but turn back and mock. Meeting your father. Why not go up and greet him? When Bok Mak first saw him, he was also somewhat surprised. That person was indeed Bok Qin Thien. This convenient father was also the first time I met him. Vuong Dang was irritated, but did not forget to warn him. People of the demon race, every one of them is worthy of death. Bok Mak, do not make any mistakes. Although standing before his biological father, Bok Mak still appeared unconcerned. Immediately after, he promptly ignored him and said to his 2 fellow disciples, "Let's go." Up above, the attendant also turned to taunt, "Meeting your own son and not going to greet him." Yet Qin Thien responded coldly, "Didn't you say he should die? Does someone who must die still need to go greet him?" The attendant showed interest. "You speak correctly. Niu Ko and Duong Sat will take action. This Bok Mak must die. I will cut off his final tie with humanity for you." Over here, Elder Thai also observed the surrounding situation. The other 3 great holy lands have also arrived. Elder Sun could not help but be expectant. Our Saint Haiyan Sect arrived early this time. Hope to seize the advantage. And here, the 3 of them, Bok Mak, Vuong Dang, and Nhu Yen, had also advanced deep inside. After walking for a while, Nhu Yen suddenly spoke. "Bok Mak, I am thinking about one issue." As soon as she finished speaking, he quickly replied, "It certainly isn't a trivial matter." Nhu Yen honestly said, "You guessed correctly. I now feel you are too dangerous. I am thinking whether I should follow you or not." Vuong Dang looked puzzled and immediately asked back, "Dangerous? How is Bok Mak dangerous?" Right after that, Nhu Yen put forward a hypothesis. "First, Bok Mak, because of me, has offended many prodigy disciples of Saint Haiyan Sect." Looking at Vuong Dang, she continued, "And your arrogant personality makes many people dissatisfied." Listing a series. Furthermore, in the Kilin secret realm, he made all 3 great holy lands hate him to the point of wanting to annihilate him. Pausing a bit, Nhu Yen offered her conjecture. "Finally, if I am not mistaken, the demon race will regard Bok Mak as a key target to be eliminated, in order to sever Bok Qin Thien's final ties with humanity." Hearing this, Vuong Dang's face darkened. Based on her analysis, Bok Mak truly is the enemy of the whole world. Now Nhu Yen continued, "Therefore, I am thinking whether I should distance myself from you and act alone." Upon hearing this, his steps immediately stopped and Bok Mak looked at his 2 companions. Then he calmly replied, "Suit yourself. Without complications like you, I will be more at ease." Nhu Yen was a little annoyed. "You call me a complication. Whether good or bad, I am a top prodigy of Saint Haiyan Sect." She argued insistently, "My cultivation is higher than yours. In sheer combat strength, I may well be stronger than you. Bok Mak, you really are insane." Yet Bok Mak heartlessly drove her off. "Go quickly. A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my blade." Now he thought to himself, opposing the whole world, so what? I am alone, everyone else can hide. I did not come this time to argue. I came to find clues. Over here, Nhu Yen, being snubbed by Bok Mak, was so angry she gritted her teeth. Finally she angrily shouted, "You really know how to make people mad. Fine then, I'm leaving." After turning and leaving, she thought to herself, going alone is quite convenient. After all, I still have missions. Seeing Nhu Yen had truly left, Vuong Dang was a little flustered. What should I do? Upon hearing him ask this, Bok Mak calmly replied, "You go too." However, unlike Nhu Yen, Vuong Dang stubbornly insisted on his own opinion. "I will not go." Bok Mak feigned surprise. "You admire me so much you cannot bear to leave." These words earned Bok Mak another point of jealousy. Vuong Dang then sulked. "You're so narcissistic. Fine, I'll go." As soon as he left, Bok Mak sneered. Junior brother's temperament is truly like a glass heart. And Nhu Yen's temper is really good too. Speaking of Nhu Yen, he scratched his head. She has never been jealous of me since we met. What do these girls think? Now Bok Mak followed the clue Elder Thatch had given earlier. Master said this ruined city would have leads, so where to look for the clues? He looked around, then told himself, first take a stroll. At the same time, Bok Mak had arrived at a very magnificent place, high mountain ranges along with massive buildings. Thus he walked forward alone, and two grotesque-faced figures also stepped over. Upon seeing Bok Mak, both were quite startled. The bald one was Min Han, the other was Vo Ma. He looked at them, then guessed inwardly, "Are these the demon race?" Min Han then pointed at him, "Brat, you are human." Hearing this question, he acted dumb. "Where to dig potatoes? A whole sack, please." Looking at Min Han, Vo Ma asked, puzzled, "What is he saying?" Min Han also blankly replied, "Can't understand. What language is this?" Bok Mak continued, "Dig potatoes where? Dig potatoes in the outskirts. Dig one sack. Dig one sack." Min Han began to suspect. Could this person not be human? Vo Ma added, "Possible. If he were human, he could not fail to understand speech." Pausing a moment, Min Han had an idea. "Go check him." Then he looked back at Bok Mak and asked, "Brat, cannot speak, so can you write?" At this, a bright smile lit his face. Bok Mak immediately nodded vigorously. Then he took paper and pen and began to carefully write characters. Min Han spoke. "First tell us who you are, human or demon. Answer honestly, or we'll beat you." Very quickly Bok Mak had finished writing and handed the paper to the two. Vo Ma took the paper. On it were 4 characters, and reading them he did not expect. "I am your father." Min Han angrily pointed at his face. "Audacious, dare to trick us." As soon as he finished speaking, Bok Mak drew his sword and slashed once toward the two. Thus, after a single blow, they both collapsed to the ground with no strength to resist. Now Bok Mak removed his disguise, thinking you demon clan are 3-headed, 6-armed, unexpectedly just like this. Min Han blankly spat a mouthful of blood. "You know human speech, you dare to deceive us." He contemptuously replied, "If I had known you were this weak, why would I have to act so much?" Then Bok Mak threatened, "Now tell me your demon clan's intelligence." Min Han fearfully retreated backward. "Don't be arrogant. The experts of our demon race this time are many. If you encounter them, you will only have one path, death." Vo Ma also continued, "You dare to destroy us, you will be marked by demon blood. Even if you grow wings, you won't escape." Bok Mak couldn't help but be surprised. He asked again, "Demon blood marking. What does that mean?" Vo Ma couldn't hold back from scolding him. "Fool, you don't even know this. This is the life-bound magic of our demon race." Min Han also took advantage to threaten, "As long as you dare to kill one of our demon race, before dying we will produce a blood seal." Vo Ma explained further, "The mark on the body of the one who kills our demon race cannot be erased for 3 days." Saying this, they were proud. This is exactly the terrifying part of our demon race, even when you humans have many geniuses. Vo Ma pointed at his face threateningly, "As long as you dare to fight our demon race, after being marked the mark will be sensed by our kin, you will hardly escape the fate of death." Facing these threats, Bok Mak also pretended to be frightened, so that's how it is. Thinking he was really afraid, Vo Ma proudly said, "How, afraid now, once tainted by the blood mark?" Pausing a bit he continued, "You will not escape the pursuit of our demon race. There is only one path, death. Now obediently release us and kneel down to admit your mistake." Immediately, Bok Mak drew his weapon and said again, "Indeed somewhat interesting." Seeing his action, Min Han was shocked beyond measure. "What do you want to do? Are you not afraid of being marked by blood?" Now he calmly replied, "Not afraid. I want to experience a bit what it feels like to be marked by blood." After saying that, just like that the blade of his sword lightly swept across the two demons. Just as they had warned, fresh blood from their bodies directly aimed toward him. Bok Mak immediately touched his body. "This is being marked by blood. Where is the mark?" Finally Bok Mak had to open his shirt. From the bulging muscles a huge red mark appeared, making him surprised. "This is the mark, really very prominent." Bok Mak instead let out a sigh of relief, dressed properly again. "As long as the mark isn't on my face it's fine, otherwise it would really look bad." Right after that he continued moving forward. Looking ahead, Bok Mak was extremely surprised. Human Demon Academy. This name is somewhat strange. He was a bit puzzled. Humans and demons have such hatred. Why is this academy named Human Demon? Immediately after that Bok Mak entered inside. This academy was identical to the ruined city. No idea how long it had been abandoned. From afar, he already saw the silhouette of a girl flickering within, making him surprised. She was Han Vu Tin, slender figure. The outfit clung tightly to her body, revealing seductive curves. Bok Mak marveled, why is there a female cultivator here? Moreover, just from her back, too beautiful. He couldn't help but compare. This cold temperament is truly special. Even Don and Hu Yen can't compare with this girl's aura. Pausing a bit, Bok Mak calculated to himself. But based on 20 years of single life experience, the more beautiful the back, the sweeter the voice, the uglier she grows up to be. At the same time as he was about to move forward, a clear voice suddenly tore through the quiet space. "Person approaching, stop. Don't come any closer." Bok Mak was startled and exclaimed, "I swear, this voice is so pleasant. My ears feel like they are being treated for health." He told himself, exactly. This person is definitely an ugly woman. At this moment, Vu Tin couldn't help but turn around. "Who are you calling ugly?" Seeing that beauty, Bok Mak once again opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Bok Mak was delighted. "Am I seeing stars? How can there be such a beautiful woman?" Vu Tin looked at him and asked, "Let me ask you, am I very ugly?" Upon hearing this question from the beauty, Bok Mak appeared embarrassed and quickly waved his hand. "You are not ugly, I am the ugly one." Vu Tin was surprised, awed and hard to understand. "Quickly leave here, it is very dangerous here." Bok Mak hearing this was extremely surprised and immediately asked back, "What is dangerous here?" Vu Tin continued, "This place has many layers of sealing arrays. Do you know why you are standing there without moving?" Looking toward Vu Tin, he smiled broadly, "Because you activated the sealing array." She continued, "Very smart. But being smart does not solve anything, only strength can." At the same time, a demonic aura quickly rose and surrounded them. Vu Tin urgently said, "This is bad. You have activated a larger sealing array here." After saying that, she exerted inner force, trying to brace herself, then loudly warned him, "Quickly get out of here, I will block the sealing array." After a moment, Vu Tin could not hold on and collapsed onto the large rock. She explained with difficulty, "The sealing array here is truly laid by the Iron Dao disciple himself. After so many years its power is still the same." And Bok Mak likewise could not help but be overwhelmed. He wondered, what kind of sealing array is this? This young lady has borne most of the pressure for me. Looking around, Bok Mak thought, moreover I even feel powerless, this place is not simple. Seeing he was still there, Vu Tin urgently turned and said, "Aren't you going?" As soon as she finished, the sealing arrays all flew up together and attacked toward her. It seemed Vu Tin feared Bok Mak would be in danger. so she exerted inner force to form a protective circle around him. At the same time, 3 large swords immediately appeared and thrust toward them. Vu Tin quickly flew up and waved to block. From the air, an armored soldier appeared. He aimed straight at Bok Mak. Another rushed toward Vu Tin. Fearing she would be in danger, he turned and warned, "You don't need to protect me, miss. Be careful. I can protect myself." In the urgent situation, protecting oneself was already difficult. Vu Tin agreed, "All right." Immediately after, she rushed up and struck the armored soldier, causing his whole body to shatter. On this side, Bok Mak also quickly took up his weapon to prepare to fight the remaining one. His power seemed somewhat greater than his. Bok Mak's face now became serious. With just one attack, Bok Mak was knocked flying. One could say he temporarily fell into a passive position. Quickly retreating, Bok Mak was very surprised. Impossible. How can he be so formidable? Realizing he could not defeat this one, Bok Mak fearfully turned to Vu Tin. "I take back what I just said. Miss, save me." The moment he finished speaking, she immediately flew over and struck the soldier hard, and once again his fate was the same as the others. Raising a thumb, Bok Mak wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Thanks." He wondered inwardly, how could this woman be so strong? She looks younger than me. Did she begin cultivation in the womb? But now 3 others rushed over at once. Vu Tin instructed him, "Stand still, do not move. I will deal with all the dangers here." After a while she finally finished. Bok Mak marveled, "Powerful. This time we are safe." Vu Tin added, "Being safe is meaningless. This suppression here is an absolute formation set by a Grand Master Array." She explained the situation to him. "With my current strength I cannot break the formation. We are trapped inside." Hearing the 2 words, he asked in surprise, "Absolute formation?" Vu Tin explained, "Do you see the formation diagram on this wall? This is the array of the absolute formation, called the Chu Thien Vo Sin array." According to her, long ago the sibling founders created this formation and released the diagram for those knowledgeable in the world to participate in solving it. Unfortunately, after hundreds of years, no one has been able to break it. Vu Tin sighed, "We very likely will be trapped here, unable to get out, at least for a short period." Bok Mak asked her, "So does that mean we can only wait here to die?" Vu Tin looked into the distance and said despairingly, "It can be understood that way." Bok Mak stepped forward teasingly, "In my homeland, the elders say if someone dies before marriage, they become a lonely ghost." Upon hearing this, Vu Tin's face showed disgust, and she turned away without looking at him. Then Bok Mak immediately asked, "By the way, have you married?" Vu Tin blushed a little and replied, "Not yet. I am still young." In the midst of danger, he still managed to ask, "Do you want to make friends on the way to the Yellow Springs?" But Vu Tin replied, "Isn't that a bit too cursory?" Faking a cough, he awkwardly broke into sweat. "Actually, it is a bit cursory. Let's continue thinking of ideas." Then Bok Mak said, "Right, as you said, if one can understand the array, one can break the absolute formation." Looking at that stone, Vu Tin added, "Yes, but this absolute formation is not easy to understand. Some even say this formation may have no solution. It is a true absolute formation." Now Bok Mak began to grin slyly and calculate. "It seems the time has come for me to make waves." Hearing this, Vu Tin could not help but be surprised and immediately asked, "Make waves? What do you mean?" Pointing at himself, Bok Mak smugly said, "You can understand it as I will make you look at me with different eyes." Hearing him say this, Vu Tin was surprised and asked back, "You can break the formation?" Bok Mak immediately made a thoughtful look and calmly replied, "That's right." Vu Tin did not doubt his ability and said, "Then I will tell you everything I know about the Chu Thien Vo Sin formation." This made Bok Mak extremely surprised. "You believe me? You don't mock me for not knowing my limits?" Yet now Vu Tin calmly replied, "Why would I mock you? If you succeed, we can get out." Bok Mak found it strange and asked again, "Didn't you just say that this grand formation has not been broken for 900 years and might be an absolute formation?" Hearing this, he was somewhat confused. "Could it be you think I won't succeed?" Wu Tin then explained, "You are very strange. An absolute formation is indeed extremely difficult to break." Pausing a moment, she glanced at him and said, "But I will absolutely not mock you. On the contrary, I even admire your courage to know it is difficult yet not retreat." Hearing Wu Tin say that, he felt a little regretful. No one mocking me. The feeling of breaking the formation later will be less satisfying. Glancing at the girl he silently praised, "But this girl is truly not bad, very much to my liking." Immediately after that, Wu Tin explained to him all the knowledge she knew about this formation in detail. After finishing, she seriously looked toward Bok Mak. "Understand now?" He quickly replied, "Understood," but in truth his mind was secretly confused. What is this thing? I basically didn't understand anything. Seeing this attitude, Wu Tin didn't hesitate to expose him. "I feel you are bluffing." Bok Mak's face drooped, and he said, "You said you wouldn't mock me." Wu Tin continued, "This grand formation, the #1 genius of the Human Demon Academy back then, also spent half a year to fully comprehend it. If this is truly your first time encountering this grand formation, I feel it's somewhat meaningless." Pausing for a moment, her eyes full of confidence, she continued, "But I still support you. Go perform for me." Receiving support from the beauty, Bok Mak reluctantly replied, "Fine then." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately summoned his skill system, use one enlightenment opportunity. And immediately, behind him appeared a beam of light with strange patterns. This power made Wu Tin unable to help but retreat a little. Looking at Bok Mak, although she didn't doubt his ability, she was still very surprised. Formation anomaly. He really comprehended this grand formation. Pausing for a moment, Wu Tin speculated, moreover it is his first comprehension, otherwise such an anomaly wouldn't appear. Seeing her amazed, Bok Mak cheerfully turned to ask, "How is it?" Raising her thumb, Wu Tin generously praised, "You are so cool, very cool." Not expecting her to answer like that, he was momentarily helpless. "You just learned that word, maybe use it less." After chatting with her for a while, Bok Mak immediately shouted, "Break it for me." No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 golden chains with sharp arrows appeared before the two of them. Wu Tin seemed to understand something. "So that's it, I see. To unravel this great formation we must act from the Death Gate." She looked at him with some surprise. This person can think of such a solution, not simple. Thus the two of them stood silently before the stone tablet while the light on it kept swirling around them. But Bok Mak kept calculating. The great formation has paused. It seems we still need to use enlightenment again to completely break the array. Saying that, he continued to use his advantage system, continued to use one enlightenment opportunity. However, now the system reminded him that his enlightenment chances had all been used up. Bok Mak was startled and thought, "This, training the celestial body consumed too many enlightenment chances. If I had known I would have saved some." Seeing him stop, Wu Tin was urgent, "What's wrong? Continue to break it. We're about to get out." Bok Mak awkwardly smiled, scratching his head and said, "Can't break it anymore." Wu Tin felt regret. Just one final step was missing. With no choice, he stepped forward and teased a bit, "Are you jealous of me?" Faced with this question, she was also a little embarrassed. "I'm not that petty." Bok Mak calmly replied, "Then fine, I won't do it anymore." Wu Tin then said, "Then I will try to break it next." Having said that, she pointed at the 4 chains and began to channel inner force. As soon as she finished, a beam of golden light shot out and gale winds rose again. Immediately after a short while, the magical seals surrounding them suddenly cracked. He was astonished. So the formation is broken. Wasn't she unable to break this absolute formation before? Wu Tin replied, "Indeed, before it truly could not be broken. But seeing you perform in front of me, I then stopped holding back a bit and the performance ended." Hearing this like a thunderclap, he was startled inside. Heavens, what kind of comprehension is this, so terrifying? His gaze toward Wu Tin also changed somewhat. Is this innate? Could she be the legendary fiend? As soon as it was broken, she told Bok Mak, "Continue forward." On this side, a demon was fighting a human. and now the human was temporarily at a disadvantage. Seeing the human being beaten, the two other demons were ecstatic. At the same time one of them asked, "Didn't you see that brat?" The bald one continued, "Didn't see that Bokmak. That guy surely ran off, doesn't dare come out." The demon asked the disciple, "Continue searching. If you can't find him, then kill everyone here." He couldn't help but be delighted. Our demon clan this time is no longer the one being toyed with by these people as before. At the same time another stepped forward to answer. The disciples of Saint Hien sect were killed a few by our Han Don Holy Land, but didn't see that Bokmak. Beside him is Han Don Holy Land's Tran Roman 16. Roman 16 frowned angrily. Little brat so bold, he actually ran away. At the same time Man Nhi added, "Tran Roman 16 senior brother, do not underestimate him. After all, Tran Hien Ba and Tran Lang Thien both lost to him." Roman 16 still proud, "Those were trash. Tran Roman 16 alone can kill him with one hand." The scene cuts to another sect. The leader named Thien Than began to speak to his people. Last time in the Kilin secret realm, Bokmak of Saint Hien sect killed many disciples of our holy land. Thien Than frowned and instructed, "This time even if we don't cut down the demons, we must kill him." One of them wondered aloud, "It's just we don't know where that brat is hiding, can't find him." At the same time Chu Chuo stood to one side silently sweating. "That guy swore the heavenly Tao at me, best not to meet him." The scene shifts to another group. A cold voice rang out. "This time our Than Long Holy Land also has a task, which is to eliminate Bokmak of Saint Hien sect. My name is Dean Nhat, of Than Long Holy Land." He contemptuously told his fellow disciples, "A tiny Saint Hien sect dare mock Than Long Holy Land, should be cut down." At the same time another added, "Dean Nhat Sr. This time the demon forces are huge and strong. Perhaps contact some other holy lands first to deal with the demons." Dean Nhat smiled slyly, "No need. The demons are our whetstone. After revenge I will take you to face the demons." Over at Lam Phong, he seemed in poor shape, instead being chased and beaten by people from everywhere. Soon Lam Phong angrily said again, "I say once more, that Bokmak has nothing to do with us." He shouted at those who had attacked him, "We are also looking for him. Your desire for revenge has nothing to do with us." At the same time one of them spoke up, who says, "Bokmak is a person of Saint Hien sect. How could you not know?" Lam Phong was furious. "Bokmak hateful, so many enemies, not only 3 great holy lands." Rage grew day by day, even demons are hunting him, causing us to suffer many attacks for no reason. At the same time a disciple stepped forward, "Senior Lam, now it's best to quickly find him, best to kill him." He maliciously advised, "Or hand him over, otherwise sooner or later he will drag you into death." Lam Phong calculated, "First retreat for now. For the plan, contact all disciples of Saint Hien sect, otherwise sooner or later we will be killed one by one, all wiped out." Meanwhile, Yu and Vu Tin continued deeper to explore. After walking for a while Bokmak anxiously asked, "Where does this path lead? It's been walking so long." Hearing him ask this, Vu Tin immediately replied, "We're almost there." The two of them continued going deeper inside. Everything around was silent without a single person. But it seemed that at the end, a man was quietly channeling his inner force to cultivate. His whole body emitted a faint golden aura surrounding him in an extremely mystical way, and his body was covered in dense wounds. Bokmak was surprised to see it. This is, he secretly guessed, the person inside seemed to have his body separated. Moreover, a terrifying aura was leaking from the wounds. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. "What kind of wound is this? This is the first time I've seen such wounds. Is this person still alive?" As soon as she saw the man, Vu Tin's heart ached as she spoke. "Father, after so many years, I finally found you." Hearing her say that, he turned his head in surprise. The one sitting inside was her father. Immediately after, Vu Tin disregarded danger and rushed forward. "Father, I'm coming to save you." But of course, it was not that easy. From the stone statue a tremendous inner force burst out, throwing Vu Tin away. Bok Mak instantly rushed forward to catch Vu Tin, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" But she quickly stood up again and went forward once more. "It's okay, I will definitely save father." And just like before, Vu Tin was once again thrown away by that stone tablet. Bok Mak was astonished. This is divine might. This small pagoda actually radiates endless divine might. Pausing for a moment, he stepped closer. Moreover, the characters on the stone tablet looked so familiar. Vu Tin now fell into despair. "Still can't. Even after finding father, I still can't save him." Looking again at her father, the Dao wound on his body was extremely terrifying. It didn't heal at all. Is father still alive? Bok Mak stepped forward to observe more clearly. "This is celestial script. The same script I used to cultivate my celestial body." Vu Tin's face darkened. "This divine tablet. No one can break it. What should I do to save father?" He secretly guessed. What background does this girl's father have, being suppressed here by a stone tablet carved with celestial script? Immediately after, Vu Tin took something out from her body hesitantly. She looked flustered. "There's no more time. I'm about to be forcibly teleported back." But just at that moment, Bok Mak touched the stone tablet, and it emitted a brilliant golden light. Vu Tin looked at him in astonishment. He's unraveling the celestial script on the celestial tablet. Then she couldn't help but ask him, "You understand celestial script?" Bok Mak turned and humbly replied, "Just a little." At that moment the voice of the man rang out, "Kudoa, don't come in, leave this place. You still can't handle this place now." Vu Tin was overjoyed. "Father, that's great, you're still alive." Bok Mak was amazed hearing that voice. The person inside wasn't dead. "He's speaking." The man looked at the two of them, his expression much gentler. "Fortunately, you brought this person. He can partially break the celestial script. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to transmit sound to you." This man's name was Han Truong, and, pausing for a moment, he continued, "Now whether I live or die makes no difference. This Dao wound cannot be healed. I'm merely enduring to maintain a bit of life force." Vu Tin anxiously asked, "Father, how can I save you?" Truong's face darkened. "It's impossible. Even if you save me out of here, the Dao wound on my body cannot be reversed." He continued, "Now that you can break a part of the celestial script and speak with me, as your father, I am already content." But Vu Tin still stubbornly insisted, "No matter what, I'll save you first." Stop for a moment. She hesitated and looked at him awkwardly, asking, "What is your name?" Now finally being asked his name by a beauty, he quickly replied, "Bok Mak." Vu Tin then continued, "Bok Mak, please help me decode all the celestial scripts on the celestial steel. I want to save my father." Now his face also became a bit gloomy. "Cannot fully decode it. Stuck." Bok Mak thought to himself, celestial body 18,000 characters, still missing the last word not yet deciphered. He could not help but feel confused. But he had been stuck on the last word halfway through reading. But now, Vu Tin anxiously reassured, "Try harder." Bok Mak continued, "This thing cannot be done just by effort. Give me some time, at most 1 or 2 months, I can decode it." On this side Truong and spoke, "See letter 1 edu doa, do not make things difficult for this young friend. The celestial script has been unsolved for countless years." He explained with difficulty, "Only a few people know this. This young friend understanding celestial script like this is already a genius." Right after that Vu Tin immediately grew anxious. "Father, can the Dao fruit cure your Dao wound or not?" Truong and helplessly continued, "It can, but this thing absolutely cannot be obtained. The existence of such an object in this world has never been confirmed." His face turned black, sweat on his forehead could not be stopped from pouring out. Moreover, time is running out. The father may only have a few months left. Pausing a bit, Truong and said again, "Enough. This father's vital energy is insufficient." About to fall into silence again. Yet Vu Tin still stubbornly said, "As long as there is effort, it can be done." Immediately after, she raised something from her waist into the air and channeled inner power. Vu Tin immediately looked at him. "Bok Mak, I am going to leave, thank you." But suddenly, Bok Mak's face became tense. He immediately shouted loudly, "Wait." Pausing a bit, Vu Tin turned to look at him puzzled. What else is there? Looking at her, Bok Mak then asked, what is your name? Hearing Bok Mak ask so, Vu Tin immediately replied, Han Vu Tin. Before she left, Bok Mak hurriedly asked again, which sect are you from? Just like that, Vu Tin quickly disappeared, but she still managed to reply, Than Hien sect. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. What, Than Hien sect? Same sect as me. After she left, he was a bit puzzled. What situation is this? Does Than Hien sect have a young prodigy named Han Vu Tin? Leaving Truong inside, he quickly turned away. Go out first, go back and ask master. On this side, Nhu Yen was facing someone extremely mysterious. As soon as she saw the person, she raised her hand respectfully. Greetings, Holy Son. That person coldly replied, Divine Maiden Han Vu Tin secretly came here. Have you seen her? Nhu Yen raised her hand respectfully, replying, Never seen. Immediately after that, she quickly spoke, I will go look. After saying that, he raised something and immediately interrupted, No need, time has come. Then he turned around and left. The Divine Maiden has probably returned, I should go too. And that man was Min Da. Seeing him, Nhu Yen immediately called out, Holy Son. Hearing her words, he immediately asked back, Is there something else? Nhu Yen with a dejected expression then asked, When can I return? Min Da spoke, You will continue to stay here. The great order of heaven and earth is about to change, you still have your use. He turned away and instructed, When the time comes, once you return, this Holy Son will not treat you unfairly. Although she seemed unwilling, Nhu Yen had no other choice and replied, Yes. On this side, Bok Mak was walking while thinking. The human demon sect this time only entered a little, yet already encountered such great danger. He planned, later when my strength becomes powerful, I'll come back to explore again. At the same time, those few men were walking while discussing. That kid Bok Mak from St. Hien sect really knows how to hide. Still haven't found him. But just as the words fell, the three of them came face to face with Bok Mak. Everything they had just said had been heard by him. Bok Mak immediately asked, You're looking for me? Seeing him, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Did I see wrong? That kid seems to be Bok Mak. One of them pointed toward Bok Mak and shouted, Brother Jang, it's him. Why did he show up himself? The leader didn't care and ordered, Ignore it, catch him for me. Bok Mak's face darkened. His voice turned cold. You are from Qinglong Holy Land. That man smirked cunningly. Good that you know. Now don't resist. Let me capture you. You can suffer less pain. Bok Mak upon hearing that calmly exhaled a breath. Fine. The man thought he was surrendering and took out a rope. Don't move around. This old master is about to tie you up. But just as he approached, Bok Mak raised his hand and directly slapped him hard. Just from that one hit, the man fell to his knees, slamming hard onto the ground. Holding his face as he got up, he couldn't believe it and asked, You hit me? Bok Mak's face was now cold and gloomy. He calmly replied, Yes. Right after that, he raised his hand again and struck another slap to even both sides of the face. Just like that, the man holding the rope trying to tie him was now knocked flat on the ground. He screamed, trembling from the pain, Audacious, you dare trick me, kill him. And after just a moment, all of them were beaten by him until they couldn't stand up. Dusting off his hands, he proudly asked the three of them, Convinced yet, bunch of trash. One of them had a swollen face but still spoke boldly, Bok Mak, don't be smug. Now the three great saint sons are all looking for you. You won't be able to flaunt for long. He smiled slyly, still mouthy with me. I don't believe I won't beat you into submission. Immediately after, Bok Mak sat down and slapped him several times until blood in his mouth uncontrollably sprayed out. Seeing that man's face now no different from a pig's head, Bok Mak asked again, Submit yet? He trembled and then continued, I stand firm as heaven and earth. How could I submit? Before the other finished speaking, he angrily slapped him once more. Another mouthful of blood was vomited out. Beaten dizzy, blood from his nose and mouth kept gushing out unceasingly. His face now turned vicious. Bok Mak smiled. Now what? Now, he calculated to strike again. He immediately shouted loudly, I submit now, temporarily submit now. But of course Bok Mak was not satisfied with this answer. He glared and gritted his teeth. Temporarily? He hurriedly waved his hands and whimpered, I submit. Don't hit any more. I submit forever. I submit to you unto death. Yet Bok Mak now calmly stood up. Call your father. Not understanding what he was saying, that man was startled and hurriedly asked again, What? Bok Mak calmly replied, Call your father. Let me see your sincerity of submission. He stammered, with a hesitant tone looking at his two teammates. This. Bok Mak made a dissatisfied face and frowned, asking again, still dared to hesitate. With that he then gave another slap to one side of his cheek. In so much pain he trembled, and now had to speak. Father. Hearing was still not loud enough. Bok Mak coldly yelled, Say it louder. All three then simultaneously knelt down. Father, we were wrong. Now he showed satisfaction. Good sons, get out of here all of you. If I see you again I'll kill you. Released, the three immediately happily whispered to each other. Go quickly. Over by that ship, Kin Thien and the attendant were still staring intently below. The attendant now somewhat anxious, that Bok Mak has lived quite long, such a long time. Still no news transmitted that he was killed. Hearing him, Kin Thien also coldly added, He has lived quite long. Over here Elder Gao smugly said, Saint Hien sect, place your bets, guess whether that name Bok Mak is dead yet. Elder Sun angrily, Elder of Fan Long Holy Land, stop mocking here. He reminded, don't forget, last time Fan Long Holy Land you were handled very badly by Bok Mak. Elder Gao, ashamed and angry, declared, things are different each time. This time our Fan Long Holy Land has sent elites. He affirmed, this Bok Mak has no luck whatsoever. And now Elder Trin also added, right, about the Killen secret realm last time. His face was black as a pot bottom. Our Han Don Holy Land is furious. This time we must cut Bok Mak down here. On this side, the three men were overjoyed finally. They had made it out. That guy was a demon. For the rest of my life, I never want to see his face again. Elder Trin, upon seeing people emerge, grew tense. Someone came out over there. It seems to be people from Qinglong Holy Land. Elder Cao also wondered to himself, why did the disciples of our Qinglong Holy Land come out so soon? After a moment, he became visibly delighted. Could it be that they've already killed Bok Mak and came out to deliver the good news? On this side, those disciples, beaten black and blue with miserable faces, quickly dragged themselves over. Immediately, the elder hurriedly asked, Why did you come out so quickly? Is it related to Bok Mak? Did you come to report the news? One of them stammered, looking at him with difficulty as he replied, It's related to Bok Mak. Before the sentence was even finished, Elder Cao turned smugly to mock. Saint Hien sect. Did you hear that? Unable to hide his excitement, he said gleefully, Bok Mak has been killed by our Qinglong Holy Land. This old man is extremely pleased. Elder Sun angrily waved his hand and shouted, Not a single word of yours do we believe. Elder Cao immediately laughed defiantly. Don't believe it then, believe it or not, it's up to you. Right after that, he pointed at the three and asked loudly, Speak clearly, how exactly did you kill Bok Mak? Seeing him boasting like that, the disciples instead grew painfully awkward. Unable to utter a word, Elder Cao grew impatient, shouting an order, Stop stalling, speak. The man scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, Bok Mak defeated us. We were thrown out by him. Elder Cao suddenly let out a proud laugh and turned to the two elders of Saint Hien sect. Did you hear that? Bok Mak threw them out. Pausing for a moment, as if realizing something strange, he suddenly froze. What did you say? What did you just say? As soon as the meaning registered, Elder Cao's expression changed drastically. It was Bok Mak who threw you out. The disciple, nearly crying, answered, Yes, Elder, we were no match for Bok Mak. Now it was Elder Thai's turn to be smug. Qinglong Holy Land, are you a bunch of dancing monkeys? I'll die laughing. Elder Cao couldn't believe it. This elder refuses to believe it. Speak, what exactly happened? The disciple recounted that Bok Mak wasn't weak like the disciples of Saint Hyen's sect. He was extremely strong. After a pause, he continued, he beat us effortlessly and in the end even forced us to call him father. Elder Cao was so furious he almost spat blood. What kind of shameless nonsense is that? Then Elder Cao shouted, the backbone of our Qinglong Holy Land, how could you submit to his coercion? You didn't really call him that, did you? The disciple, sweating profusely, hurriedly denied, I didn't call it from my heart. I just said it perfunctorily. Hearing him admit that, Elder Cao was now so enraged he nearly went mad, yet there was nothing more he could do. Immediately after, Elder Gao angrily shouted, get out of my way. Then he without mercy hurled that disciple roughly aside in his fury. Elder Sun could not help but taunt, well then display some spirit. Disciples of Fan Long Holy Land, you are all talents. Elder Gao pointed at the opponent, Saint Hyen sect, don't be smug. What does Bok Mak dealing with a few ordinary disciples count for? He boasted angrily, the one who comprehended from Fan Long Holy Land, this time is the prodigy Dean Enhat. Facing Dean Enhat, Bok Mak will surely be killed. But Elder Thai now did not bother. He retorted, keep mouthing off then. At this side, the demon clan had already killed quite a few human disciples, corpses piled everywhere in a tragic scene. At the same time, Tuan spoke up because he had sniffed it out. Nearby there is a mark. Nearby some humans have been hit by the blood seal mark. Right after that he told his companions, go, dare to kill our demon clan, cut him down. Now Bok Mak wandered alone observing everywhere, and on the way he had not yet encountered anything unusual. At the same time, Chu Chuo's group passed by. Bok Mak called out familiarly, old friend of Van Tine Holy Land, long time no see. Thuong Vien looked at him with contempt and quickly shouted, you fart, who is an old friend with you? Right after that, he loudly ordered his people, Bok Mak, meet your enemy, leave their heads. Chu Chuo was secretly startled, hateful, why did we run into Bok Mak? If he uses the heavenly Tao oath to control me, what then? He scornfully sneered, the three great holy lands, you are all narrow-minded. Clearly this is the Sixth Demon Grand Assembly. Yet you insist on internal conflict. Bok Mak showed no concern. Wasn't it just that you were defeated in the Killen secret realm, such small-mindedness? Thuong Vien pointed at his face and yelled, your Saint Hyen sect are a pile of trash. What qualification do you have to defeat our Van Tine Holy Land? He would not yield and shouted, because of the pride of Van Tine Holy Land, today you must die, only after you die can we rest in eradicating demons. Chu Chuo standing beside warned, Thuong Vien Sr., perhaps return first to seek senior brother Chu Thien, so mistakes won't occur. He arrogantly ignored her advice. Chu Jr. sister, no need for senior brother Chu to act. I alone will kill Bok Mak. Then Thuong Vien smiled slyly, senior brother Chu, preserve your strength to deal with those demons. Looking at him, Bok Mak coldly spoke, fine, then let's see who dies first. At the same time the demon clan quickly found him. They hurried over. Here. Thuong Vien glanced and turned pale. People of the demon clan, moreover so many. Chu Chuo naturally also panicked. She hurriedly said, trouble next. Senior brother Thuong retreat. Min Dao pointed at Bok Mak and shouted, it's him, marked by our demon clan's blood seal. Kill him. Tuan looked at his companions somewhat puzzled. This person seems a bit familiar, seems like Bok Mak. Min Dao then gleefully laughed loudly. Not only similar, he is Bok Mak. They excitedly cheered, really not a bit of effort wasted. We're lamenting not finding him. Now we've encountered him. Thuong Vien was actually pleased. Junior sister, don't be afraid. The demon clan didn't come to look for us. Immediately after, he pointed at him and laughed loudly. Bok Mak, you deserve it. Even the demon clan is rushing to eliminate you. We'll stand here and watch your drama. Bok Mak looked at him and feigned familiarity. Senior brother Thuong Vien, stop making a joke of yourself now. Thuong Vien heard this and angrily shouted, damned, who is your senior brother? Bok Mak then put on an innocent face and shouted, "Senior brother, I know you have deep blood hatred with the demon clan. You once said," pausing he proudly continued, "when you meet one demon kill one, meet a pair of demons kill a pair." Not stopping there he rambled on. "You said demon clans are all fools, low eki, big as beasts. Don't let you meet them. If you meet you'll hack them into scraps and throw to the dogs." Thuong Vien heard and turned pale with fear. He quickly shouted, "Bok Mak, shut your mouth." Bok Mak continued, "Senior brother Thuong Vien, such boldness is my idol for life." He acted admiringly. "Don't be modest. Today these demons aren't even enough for you to kill." The demons were successfully led on, and the man called Thuong Vien who dared to disdain the demon clan became even more hateful than Bok Mak. Thuong Vien looked at him and hurriedly explained, "Bok Mak, you speak nonsense. I came to find you." Bok Mak played innocent. "Senior brother Thuong Vien, don't speak, no matter what we are internal disputes." He shouted ever louder with momentum, "Killing demons is the righteous cause of humanity. Kill them, Damesha, charge." Immediately Bok Mak charged forward and arrogantly shouted, "You damned demon scum, come here." They were suddenly insulted and provoked. Furious, "Damn it, I want to chop these humans up." And then Bok Mak happily left after achieving his goal. "You all fight, I'll run ahead." One of the disciples there fearfully asked, "Senior brother Thuong, what now? The demon clan has arrived." Thuong Vien frantically shouted, "What else can we do? Resist them. I'll go find senior brother Chu for reinforcements." And so they, the bunch, were slaughtered by the demons. Desperate screams rang out, "Save us." Chu Chuo cried beside them. Why bother provoking anyone else? Had to provoke Bok Mak, it's over. After a while Thuong Vien and Chu Chuo escaped. He said, "Junior sister, everyone else died. Only you and I ran out." Thuong Vien was furious. "It's all that bastard Bok Mak's fault." As he left, Thuong Vien cursed, "Don't let me meet him, otherwise I'll cut him into 8 pieces." At that moment Bok Mak, who didn't know from where had appeared, calmly replied, "Is that so?" Standing before the two who blocked his way, Thuong Vien snapped and shouted, "Bok Mak, you still dare show yourself." Having said that he happily looked at Chu Chuo. "Junior sister Chu, come with me to take down Bok Mak. We'll make great merit." Chu Chuo immediately agreed. "All right, senior brother Thuong, let's act together." Receiving his junior sister's agreement, Thuong Vien dashed over. "Bok Mak, you're done for." But then suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his body and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the person lying motionless, Chu Chuo then respectfully performed a salute to him. "Greetings, master." Unexpectedly Chu Chuo acted like that. Bok Mak happily praised, "Not a bad act." Looking at his fellow disciple, Chu Chuo earnestly said, "I only didn't want you to kill him later, to knock him unconscious first and spare his life." After dealing with the outsiders, Bok Mak coldly asked, "Tell me the situation of the 3 great saint sons." Thus Chu Chuo recounted the whole matter in one go, and after a while she began to calculate. "The situation is like this. Now the 3 great saint sons all want to kill you. You had better go out." Bok Mak continued, "I heard that at the 6th Demon Grand Assembly there are enough demons for the qualification to join the Ascension Grand Assembly. Is that so?" Chu Chuo was surprised but added, "Indeed so. But this time because of your father's reason. According to her intelligence, all the demon clans are targeting you. Moreover, the demons this time are much stronger than before." Chu Chuo now drew the conclusion. The 3 great holy lands no longer have the strength to hold. You have no chance. Immediately he sneered and admonished, "From now on do not belittle your master. Wanting to trust your master is the best." Pausing a bit, Bok Mak then found words to describe his own domination. "The most explosive, understand?" Chu Chuo then respectfully said loudly in reply, "Understood. You are the most explosive." Bok Mak was joking happily. Seeing Chu Chuo so serious, he lost interest for a moment. Then without saying more he quickly sent her away. "All right, go back first. Continue acting as a mole. I'll go deal with those demon guys." Over here, the senior brothers who remained there were all killed tragically. Not a single one survived. Tuan sneered. Humans cannot withstand a single blow. A pity that Bok Mak escaped. No sooner had he finished than Bok Mak appeared. And not only that, he loudly declared, "Who said I ran away?" Min Dao looked at him with his mouth agape in astonishment. This brat returned. Stepping closer to Bok Mak, Tuan said, "Brat, have you come to your senses? We spared you." He quickly asked them, "I want to know why your demon clans are so determined to kill me. Is it because of my father?" Tuan, on hearing this, suddenly asked back, "Do you know how many years demons have had great saints appear?" He also admitted, "Lord Bok Kin Thien's promotion to great saint of the demon race is a big matter. We want to sever his ties with humans on behalf of our lord." Immediately Bok Mak stepped close and acted familiar. "I and Bok Kin Thien have severed father-son ties. Don't pursue me anymore, okay?" Tuan scratched his head in bewilderment. Sever father-son ties? That seems acceptable. At the same time, Min Dao stepped up and struck his face hard. "Are you stupid? Demons and humans are fundamentally opposed." He immediately explained, "Even if there were no Lord Bok, we still must cut down humans." Tuan finally understood. He clenched his fist and said, "Right," almost led by this brat. Then Tuan ran at full speed toward him, growling, "Brat, whatever happens, you must die." Bok Mak said nothing. He just calmly grabbed his hand and squeezed hard. Tuan trembled in pain and looked at him. "Brat, comparing strength with our demon clan, are you stupid?" Faced with this question, Bok Mak coldly sneered but tightened his grip. Immediately after, he lifted Tuan high and contemptuously said, "Demons with only this much strength." He was choked at the neck and could not speak further, breathing growing difficult. Seeing their comrade weak, Min Dao and his companions charged in. "Bold, shameless humans, go, tear him apart." And in just a moment the demons were all wiped out. They lay scattered on the ground. Bok Mak paid no heed and instead curiously wondered, "I wonder how long this demon blood mark will last. Cut down a few more demons. My whole body would then be covered with this kind of sigil." Just as they had barely defeated this group, the other group surged forward again. The aura of the demon blood seal of extermination was on this side. Another demon was dragging his companions over. "Hurry, the aura is very heavy. See who dares slaughter our demon clan." Bok Mak now also realized. The more demons killed, the stronger the blood seal marks became. He was somewhat startled and disgusted, yet in a short time had attracted so many demons. With that he turned and ran quickly forward. "Run!" The demon saw him fleeing and quickly recognized, "It's him, don't let him run." Meanwhile, Man Nhi reported the situation. "Brother Tran, another dozen or so disciples have been slaughtered by the demon clan." She was somewhat uneasy. "Now we should best unite with the other holy lands first to deal with the demons. We cannot disperse our forces to search for Bok Mak anymore." Roman 16 was startled on hearing the report. The hateful rat only knows to hide its head and expose its tail. He growled angrily, "Don't let me see him, otherwise I'll crush him to death." At that moment Bok Mak ran past from afar. "Comrades of the Han Dan Holy Land, I'm here." Suddenly he ran over and spoke familiarly, which made Man Nhi start. "Bok Mak." Roman 16 frowned. "This is Bok Mak." He actually appeared alone. He was somewhat surprised by this action. Not only alone, but daring to charge at us. Man Nhi ground her teeth in anger. Truly does not regard our Han Dan Holy Land in his eyes. "I cannot stand it." Roman 16 now gritted his teeth and roared, "Little beast Bok Mak, you will die." On this side the demons had already chased up. "Stop, don't run. This one bears the demon blood seal mark." Man Nhi, standing there not understanding the situation, became frightened. "Why are there so many demons?" She quickly turned to her fellows. "So many demons, quickly prepare to fight." Yet now Bok Mak ran past them and called, "You fight slowly." Then he quickly stood in the ranks and pointed at the demons and shouted, "You stupid demons, these are all good brothers of my Bok Mak. With them here you don't even dream of harming me." As soon as he finished, Bok Mak immediately ran off. The demon crowd were all led on. "Good brothers, can good brothers protect you?" At the same time one of them pointed forward and ordered, "Kill them all." Roman 16 angrily turned back and shouted, "Who are your good brothers?" "Bok Mak, you bastard. Immediately the demons shouted in unison, "Chop! Kill!" Man Nhi quickly ordered, "Hurry, many demons, everyone scatter together." This made Roman 16 furious. "Bok Mak, you bastard! Don't let me see him, I want to." No sooner had he spoken when suddenly a voice came from behind. "What do you want to do to me?" He was startled and turned around blankly and asked, "Bok Mak, why are you here?" He said nothing. He just calmly ran up and slapped Roman 16 hard across the face, making him stunned. Looking at him, he calmly said, "Dare to insult me? Shut your mouth." Knocked to the ground, he was unwilling. "Together kill Bok Mak first for me." Man Nhi, knowing her strength, did not pursue. She pointed at him, then said, "Senior Tran." That one ran off. Roman 16 was furious to the point of madness. "Hateful, Bok Mak. I and you have no common sky." After running a certain distance, he finally stopped. Fortunately, there are the cute young ladies of the 3 great holy lands sharing the pressure. Otherwise I alone could not easily deal with so many demons, Bok Mak said, panting wearily. Just as he rested, a familiar voice sounded, "Here." The demons somehow quickly traced his position. "There is a human marked by much demon blood seal. Absolutely cannot let him go. Kill him." Bok Mak's face darkened, and he inwardly cursed again. Why are there so many demons here? And of course, at this moment Bok Mak chose to run away. The scene cut to Dean Nhat. He stood with his juniors observing the situation. Suddenly sound reached them, making Dean Nhat gape in astonishment. It seemed they were arranging measures to find Bok Mak. Everyone's faces extremely tense. Just as a disciple said something, Dean Nhat replied quickly, and his attitude was very resolute. No sooner had he finished than Bok Mak ran up to them at extreme speed. When Dean Nhat saw him, his whole body felt an electric shock. A junior immediately pointed at Bok Mak and shouted, "Senior, it's him." Upon seeing Bok Mak, Dean Nhat could not help but cheer, "Well done." However, Bok Mak smiled brightly at them, with demons chasing behind him. The juniors, confused, looked over. "Senior, demons, why so many?" Bok Mak did not stop. He continued taunting, "Trashy demon spawn. These are all the human prodigies of my sect, all good brothers of mine. They will kill you for me." The demons were stunned by his words. Dean Nhat could not help but shout, "Bastard, who are your brothers?" Meanwhile the demons charged. "Kill us, you humans deserve it. These brothers of Bok Mak, kill them too." Dean Nhat's companions urgently called, "Quick, meet them, everyone be careful." As a result, he had to fend off the demons while shouting at Bok Mak, "Bok Mak, you dare harm us." Dean Nhat had never met anyone as shameless as him. He fought and yelled loudly, "Bok Mak, you little beast, shameless." After seeing Dean Nhat down a demon, Bok Mak slipped behind and struck him hard. "Who are you cursing?" Dean Nhat was astonished. He glared and said, "Bok Mak, you still dare return?" After that line, Bok Mak struck his face hard, sending Dean Nhat flying. Now he declared, "Only because the 3 great holy lands are hunting me, I will give you trouble." Meanwhile the demons continued to howl and chase. Here, up, one not held. Thus he ran for his life again. "Here we go, run." Dean Nhat angrily rose. "Hateful, disciples of Than Long Holy Land, obey orders." He then led his juniors forward. "The demon forces are large, fight while retreating. Head to the human stronghold." On this side Bok Mak strolled on casually alone. Hearing that there is a human stronghold in the ruined city that is easy to defend but hard to attack, he told himself, "Go over there and take a look. Maybe I can find my senior brother and Don Nhu Yen." Then joining forces with everyone, we might have hoped to defeat the demon clan. Thinking this, he began to move forward. Meanwhile Dean Nhat's face was haggard, his expression despondent and ragged beyond bearing. But in the end they had found humans who were their temporary allies. As soon as they saw him, one of them could not help but be surprised. "Dean Nhat, why is your Than Long Holy Land in such tatters? What happened?" Holding the wound in his chest, he barked angrily, "Don't mention it. That Bok Mak schemed against us." Pausing, he continued, "Led us into a great battle with the demons, heavy losses. At the same time, Chu Chuo, standing beside, immediately reported, "Senior brother, people of Han Dan Holy Land have also arrived." No sooner had Chu Chuo finished that the other group all advanced toward the people of Saint Haiyan sect. Immediately that man looked toward Han Dan Holy Land and shouted, "Tran Roman 16, what are you up to again?" Over here he arrived and shouted loudly, "Isn't it Bok Mak who plotted against us, causing us to be slaughtered by the demons for over half an hour before we could escape?" Hearing this, Thien Than hatched a calculation in his head. It seems this Bok Mak is not easy to deal with, at least has some tricks. Pausing, he became smug, but no trick can do anything to Van Tine Holy Land. Now Chu Chuo secretly twitched. You probably don't know. A squad of Van Tine Holy Land was annihilated before precisely because of Bok Mak. At the same time, the Lam Fong group also came by. Hurry up, quick, don't let the demons chase you. Get to the human stronghold. As soon as people saw him, they recognized that disciples of Saint Haiyan sect had arrived, that Bok Mak was not inside. Seeing a familiar face, Roman 16 went up and asked, "Lam Fong, where is Bok Mak?" On hearing this, he showed displeasure. "Tran Roman 16, watch your tone. We're also looking for Bok Mak." Dean Enhat immediately added, "I dare say that fellow definitely won't dare come here. Otherwise each of us could spit a mouthful and kill him." Hearing the noisy discussion, Man Nhi continued, "That person is insane. I feel he might come." Roman 16 ground his teeth angrily. "He better come. I want to tear out his throat myself." Over here, Bok Mak was wandering alone when he suddenly heard shouts, "Save us! Someone come rescue us!" By reflex and curiosity, Bok Mak immediately raced toward the sound. Something's happening. Over here, disciples of Saint Haiyan sect were surrounded by demons. The situation looked extremely tense. Sawding quickly looked at the humans with a sly smile. "Save us. You can scream yourself hoarse. No one will come to help." Tru Tam quickly replied, "I can give you spirit stones, spare our lives, and we will immediately leave the 6-demon Grand Assembly." Kiyu Engu reacted quickly. "Chu Tam, don't bargain with demons, at best you die." Right after hearing that, Sading laughed loudly. "The 6-demon Grand Assembly, that is only what you call it." The moment he finished speaking, he became arrogant again and said, "Our demon clan will be the trial slayers who chop vegetables, only slaying the practice chickens you send." Pausing a moment, Sa Din continued, "Today, not a single one of you will be able to run." Now Tru Tam grew anxious. "That's it, can't escape." Kiyu Engu also carried resentment. "I don't want to die." Right after speaking, Sa Din immediately flew up. "I like to watch you be destroyed in fear." But very quickly, he was struck and sent flying in front of the demons' astonishment. One of them, startled, turned and looked about frantically. "What?" Fortunately for the two of them, Bok Mak finally arrived just in time. He calmly replied, "Who's afraid hasn't known yet." As soon as they saw him, both cried out as if finding a life buoy, "Bok Mak Jr. brother, it's Bok Mak Jr. brother." That demon looked at Sa Din lying motionless on the ground in shock, dead. Then he immediately turned to him. "This brat actually exterminates our demon clan." At the same time, one of them quickly realized, no, the aura of the demon blood mark on him is very strong. Pointing at him, that demon shouted loudly, "He hasn't just killed one demon." Immediately after, they all flew over at once. "Brat, you deserve to die. Kill him." Seeing the danger, Tru Tam immediately warned, "Bok Mak Jr. brother, be careful, these demons." Bok Mak said nothing. He only fell silent, then quickly flew up and took them down one by one. Seeing one charging at him, he sneered, "If you're just a bunch of demons, I might be a little worried. You lot of ragged fish also dare boast at me." And with that, his kick smashed straight into the last one's face. After finishing off all those demons, Bok Mak casually brushed his hands. "Done." Immediately after, he looked at Kiyu Engu and asked, "Right, what did you want to say?" Realizing his warning was needless, he secretly wiped sweat and smiled wryly. "Nothing, nothing, I was just shouting." Now he secretly admired, Bok Mak Jr. brother is far too strong, and these are demons with physical advantages. Bok Mak then looked at everyone and asked, "Where are you all going?" Where are the other people of Saint Hien sect? Qiu Engu honestly told him, Junior brother, the demons are very strong now. We want to go to the human stronghold. Bok Mak also conjectured. Perhaps the vast majority of Saint Hien sect disciples have also gone to the human stronghold. No sooner had he finished speaking than he immediately said, just so happens, I also want to go, let's go together. Over here Nhu Yen was turning around and looking around. She and Vuong Dang had found each other. As soon as he saw her he walked over, Senior Sister Nhu Yen, have you seen Bok Mak yet? Nhu Yen quickly shook her head. I also just arrived here, haven't seen him. Vuong Dang recounted, the vast majority of our Saint Hien sect disciples have already arrived, including people from the 3 other holy lands as well. According to what he knows, the demon race is now searching for him everywhere. If he does not come here, it will be too dangerous. Nhu Yen quickly fell into thought. Coming here is not without danger. Then she said, after all, we are both humans. The top priority mission is to oppose the demon race. Hearing this, Vuong Dang suddenly jolted. Could it be they still want internal strife to deal with Bok Mak? Nhu Yen immediately added, this is not easy to say. Isn't someone coming now? At the same time Lam Fong came from afar and quickly asked, Vuong Dang, where is Bok Mak? In any case, he now somewhat liked Bok Mak for the moment. Seeing Lam Fong, Vuong Dang immediately went on guard. What do you want to do? He quickly replied, nothing, asking on behalf of the 3 great holy lands. Vuong Dang gave a contemptuous smile, asking on behalf of the 3 great holy lands, you've become their dog. At the same time a disciple beside him shouted loudly, insolent, how dare you speak to Senior Brother Lam like that? Lam Fong smiled brightly and cut in, of course I am also looking for him. The matter of him chopping to death my Lam clan juniors you cannot hide. Pausing, he then threatened in a harsh tone, Vuong Dang, Saint Hien sect here now makes you the head. You'd best obediently tell me. Yet faced with that arrogant speech, Vuong Dang calmly replied, don't know. At the same time Dean Enhat also quickly walked by. Brat of Saint Hien sect, if you know and do not report it, I'll break your legs. He angrily retorted, who do you think you are? Vuong Dang, am I afraid of you? Roman 16 also came over to join in. Saint Hien sect, don't act like you have no shame. Nhu Yen now could not restrain herself. People of Hondan Holy Land also deserve to hear this. Last time that Tran Lang Thien or something in our Saint Hien sect was beaten to crying for his mother and father. Upon seeing the girl before him he smiled slyly, Don't Nhu Yen right, I know you. Immediately after Roman 16 could not help but be lecherous. Frankly, I am very interested in your beauty. He laughed and taunted. How about you come with me now? Tran Roman 16 will protect you here. Nhu Yen seeing this was annoyed, trying to show disgust. You wish, get lost. Roman 16 put on a look of regret, indeed shamelessly for face. At the same time a disciple pointed forward and shouted loudly, someone is coming again. As soon as that familiar figure was seen the crowd cheered, that is Bok Mak. They murmured to each other, it's that brat, even if he turned to ashes I would recognize him. He still dares to come here. Over here True Tam whispered, always feeling the atmosphere is a bit off. Qiu Engu also added, somewhat restrained. When Bok Mak arrived he loudly said, everyone, why are you all staring at me? He cheerfully boasted, I admit I grew up handsome, but don't admire me so much. Dean Enhat pointed at his face, who's admiring you? Bok Mak, you still dare come here? Yet he pretended not to care and looked toward Vuong Dang, junior brother, Nhu Yen, you have come too. Dean Enhat angrily shouted, Bok Mak, I am talking to you. Bok Mak calmly replied to him, you say it and I won't listen. Dean Enhat now felt as if his whole body would explode. He roared, I'm furious. Thien Than also quickly stepped forward. Bok Mak, don't act a tasteless clown. He threatened, so many people are waiting for you. Won't you give everyone an explanation? But looking at the man loudly threatening him, he simply asked, who are you? Immediately that man pointed to his chest and said loudly, I, Phuong Tine Holy Land Chu Thien Saint. After this grand introduction, Bok Mak merely waved his hand and said, "Never heard of you." Feeling ignored, the man was furious. "You?" Then Thien Than continued, "Bok Mak, you only know how to anger others." Pausing, he tried to sneer, "No wonder so many are targeting you. You brought this on yourself." At the same time, Roman 16 also spoke up, "Bok Mak, we should settle our feud clearly." Meanwhile, Kiyu Engu stepped forward to block in front of him. "Everyone, you are all disciples of the four great holy lands." He pointed far away. "Unite together. Now we should focus on dealing with the demon clan." Dean Enhat then said, "Our demon clan will of course handle it." Kiyu Engu cut in, "The demon forces are large. Internal conflict will only give the demons opportunity." At the same time, Lam Fong barked straight at him. "Kiyu Engu, shut up. You have no place to speak here." Lam Fong looked toward him and exposed, "Bok Mak, my junior brother Lam was killed by you." He did not give Bok Mak a chance to say more. "Don't pretend. Today you must give me an explanation." Thien Than smiled smugly. Bok Mak, I, Chu Thien, have never before met someone like you." He looked at him as if interrogating. "With everyone targeting you now, what do you have to say?" Yet now Bok Mak brazenly raised his middle finger and said, "What I want to say now is, everyone here is garbage." Dean Enhat could not hold back and charged first. "You talk big like that. Who do you think you are?" And now he was the one who took two scorching slaps from Bok Mak that drew blood. Facing that swarm of flies, he loudly declared, "Are you not mad? If you have the guts one-on-one, I'll chop one of you down each." Thien Than immediately shouted, "Bok Mak, it's not that we're mad, it's that you're too arrogant." He said with relish, "We still have spare strength to deal with the demon clan, but you, everyone together will chop you to satisfaction." Right after that, Dean Enhat, stung by those slaps, angrily ordered, "Go kill him, don't let him escape." At the same time, Nhu Yen stepped forward to protect him. "You dare?" Vuong Dang, who always quarrels with Bok Mak, also stood up. "Let's see who dares." In that moment he still joked, "Junior brother, Don Nhu Yen, you two move me deeply." Thien Than formed a sly smile, "And there is even someone not afraid of death defending Bok Mak very well. All of you go ahead." At that moment a loud noise rang out, startling them all. Looking toward the people running up, everyone panicked. It was the demon clan. They cried in glee, "Over here." One of them could not restrain himself and rushed forward with bright eyes. "Excellent. So much fresh human meat. This time we can slaughter joyfully." Meanwhile, Dean Enhat's people secretly sweated. "Too many demons. The next bit won't be easy. We are surrounded." Thien Than turned to reassure, "Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me now. We will all resist the demon clan together." Roman 16 did not forget the main task. He glared at Bok Mak. What to do with this Bok Mak? Dean Enhat shouted, "What else? Expel him from here. Let him perish on his own." Vuong Dang shouted, "How dare you? This is a human stronghold. You can't just say what you want." Thien Than looked over at Bok Mak and said, "Bok Mak, don't say we're bullying you. Whether you stay or go will be decided by everyone." He pointed his thumb down contemptuously. "Our Van Tine Holy Land agrees to eliminate Bok Mak." At that moment Chu Chuo stepped forward. "Senior brother Chu, now is not the time for internal disputes." He calmly explained, "Resist external invasion and pacify the interior. Without this Bok Mak, we can more securely face the demons." Pausing, Thien Than continued, "Moreover, whether Bok Mak stays or not won't affect our fight against the demons." Hearing this, Roman 16 also agreed and laughed loudly. "Our Hondon Holy Land agrees as well." He then pointed at him and said, "Bok Mak, wait to become the household dog in mourning." Dean Enhat beside him also chimed in, "Our Than Long Holy Land agrees." Then Thien Than looked at Vuong Dang. "Next, how about your Saint Hien sect?" Vuong Dang quickly retorted, "Nonsense. Bok Mak is a disciple of our Saint Hien sect. Of course we disagree." At that moment Lam Fong unexpectedly spoke up. "Who says we disagree?" Nhu Yen coldly snapped, "Lam Fong, I don't care what grudge you and Bok Mak have, but we must distinguish right from wrong." Lam Fong disdainfully looked at her. Don't Nhu Yen, there's no place here for you to speak.